I mean, I haven't played it in like, a decade, but when I played it obsessively for about 1 month when it came out, it was great. Oh, of course not. It's a drudgery and pure honest to God misery, but it got me to click on it a whole lot for about a month.
Your secrets.
Secrets.
Minecraft. No one knows what that is, so it doesn't count.
Correct. That's accurate. Yay. While you're killing time, what would it cost to give my armor, I won't be able to cast absorb elements through it, and I'm too lazy to read the wiki.
For 4.
Got it.
What?
Cool. So, on like the Wikipedia page for the history of role-playing games, it goes back to like war games, like that they consider the first role-playing game, tabletop
Oh.
role-playing game, to be
I'm
chess.
being told that effect can't be heard, only the players.
Great job. But yeah, the like first tabletop role-playing game was considered to be chess, and then there was another game in India called Chaturanga, created in the 6th century,
Ooh.
which was a similar like war game to chess, but it had like role-playing elements and is considered the most ancient ancestor of Dungeons and Dragons.
I'm into it. That sounds about right. Okay, stream.
So
Can
there
you
you
hear
have
me
it.
now? I think they should go.
Run a
back
one
in.
shot for us, Zeke.
We're on a one-shot of Chaturanga. Let me find
Yes.
the rules.
Excellent. We did
It
it.
appears to just be chess, basically, actually, now that I'm looking at the picture of it.
Wait, is it like chess, but you like talk for your pieces? Nay.
It's chess with
Nay!
It's chess with emotions.
Whoever has to play the horse just neighs. Pretty sure the horse represents a knight, by the way.
What if chess was
Nope,
horny?
it's actually
It's Fire Emblem.
Yeah, exactly. It's
You're
Fire
describing
Emblem.
Fire Emblem.
What if chess was horny?
it already is.
Is it?
I mean, it has a queen, so
Okay, that's reductive. Not every game that has a queen is horny.
oh, but that bitch goes all over the board.
Okay, what about like? Well, no, card games are inherently horny.
They are inherently horny,
Affirmative.
especially
Thanks,
spoons.
Yu-Gi-Oh.
What about Sim
Thanks
Ant?
a lot, Yu-Gi-Oh.
Sim Ant isn't horny.
Well, I don't know what Samantha is.
Don't
What?
you- Sim Ant is horny.
No, it's not.
You make babies. Therefore, it's horny.
Okay. Well, god damn it.
Oh, like Sim Ant,
Yeah,
the
you
ant
make-
simulator.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were actually talking about this just the other day.
We were. I can't remember what it came up in. Anyway, I'm gonna pull up the inspiration poll and the results, and we can get this shit going.
All right, I'll be kind of in and out still. I'm still technically teaching.
That's fair.
Technically,
Neil will be here soonish.
Irresponsible.
Philo is
it's
still
okay.
living.
I have assistants and they're doing their job. I'm just
Sure.
unmuted. My camera's off right now. It's fine.
Ooh boy, inspiration to Gale, Flick, and Nordo.
Oh, how nice! Thank you.
Go reset that shit. I'll mark it for Flick.
Okay, I found it. That game from India that I talked about, the phrasing there was misleading. It's considered like the ancient ancestor of chess, to the extent that chess is an
Gotcha.
ancestor of D&D, then is the ancestor. But the first like medieval and/or fantasy set role-playing war game was called Blackmoor, made by Dave Arneson, and it was sort of the spiritual successor of, or not successor, but predecessor of Dungeons and Dragons. Gary Gygax played Blackmoor before
Yeah.
making D&D.
When was it? Was it like 1900s?
1971.
Back.
Yeah.
So you turned my bow of darkness into a quiver of darkness.
I did, and now your bow is gone, and you said you remembered
My
what
bow
it
is
did.
gone.
So I need to remake a token with all that, and I'll pull it up at some point. Don't worry, I'm aware that everything is a clusterfuck.
Okay, but also I don't think it needs to be called quiver. We can come with a cool name.
Oh yeah, when I put these names on here, it's just me putting names. Like, you can rename your shit whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
What? I did not know. Oh my god, I can do so much things.
Dude, rename that shit.
Now I have to put so much more thought into everything.
Speaking of cards, I did get Vasu's done, but I'll wait until he's here to show them. Yeah, so last week, you guys were about to leave the tree where all seasons meet, and before you were going to do that, you wanted to set Sundowner Rex free. And we kind of skipped ahead of that just briefly to teleport you over to Salt Bowl so that I would know where your teleportation would have you end up. But before we come back to that, let's jump back to the past. You guys are still at the tree. You guys have already kind of like situated most of your NPCs on this gleaming kind of elven ship that is going to take them to Salt Bowl the old-fashioned way, from the tree up to Salt Bowl through the portal that you came through, or whatever that rift in space-time was that brought you here in the first place when you performed that ritual. But you guys are just going to teleport straight there. But for the time being, the Sundowner Rex is empty. You've taken everything of value off of it, packed it up, sent it with the kobolds on the elven ship, and all that's left are the bare bones of the ship, the engines, and Sundowner Rex in the balloon. Norda, what's up?
On the subject of taking everything value off of Sundowner X, can I remove the magical oven?
Yeah. It is mounted in there. It'll take a little bit of work, but like, you have two artificers in the party who'd be able to like help
And he's
disassemble the
strong.
parts that need disassembled, and then you're very strong, so you'd be able to move it. So yeah.
All right, then. And then the other thing is just a minor thing, but before we like send everybody off, I assume we explain to all the NPCs the situation. And Norda would definitely pull Cal aside and kind of like a nervous soccer mom be like, you be real careful, keep an eye out. Anything goes wrong, you get in touch and just watch back. I hate leaving you again like this, but I'll see you real soon.
Oh, it's totally fine. I can handle myself. If things go wrong, I'll keep everyone in shape.
I'm sure you will. Just be careful, little brother.
Of course, you too.
That was it. I'll grab the oven and well,
Excellent.
I guess we'll probably send the oven with them on that ship because I'm not going to carry it.
I was gonna say, I assumed you're putting most of the cargo on with their ship instead of
Right.
trying to like take it all yourselves. Unless you guys want to teleport into this brothel with, like moving furniture.
Norda will also take a minute to sort of walk through the kitchen and reminisce for a brief moment and tell all of his kobold sous chefs to take a good look at what the cooks are doing on that other ship. They got fancy folk on there. I'm sure you'll learn a lot.
I will do
And
what
that's
we
it.
can.
Are they going to turn this ship into a restaurant?
Do you think they have a big hole in their kitchen?
No, I don't suppose they do. That ship you're about to get on came from a queen, a powerful sort of witch queen in the Feywild. So I don't suspect she has any holes in the ship.
That sounds like a fire hazard. How are they supposed to get
Yeah.
out if there's a sudden blaze?
we will. I think we should readdress that question when we get to our new ship. I hope your plan hadn't been to just jump out of the hole if things contemplates, but
Well,
we can cross that bridge when we get to it.
I'm in the background just teaching Sparkner how to light things on fire.
perfect. What else are you up to, Moat?
As long as we're talking about moving cargo, I just want to keep Samson's bones with me.
Absolutely, can do. I assume you've still got them kind of wrapped up and just tucked away safely in a backpack somewhere.
Yes.
But noted. With you, not on the cart. How about Nomad?
Right. So I just want to know what we're doing with the engines on the ship.
Taking them to sell.
Yeah, I'm hoping so. No, we're not using them.
I mean, we talked about taking all of them, even the broken ones, so we could sell them.
Will they fit on the Queen ship?
Each one is about the size of like a fuel generator. They could definitely have room in cargo to just like take them if you want.
Oh, excellent.
With that said, you would have to do some disassembly. You and Gale would probably be able to, take a whack at it. It's going to take some muscle too to just move them because they're fucking heavy. But if the three of you want to work together, we could turn it into kind of just like a skill challenge to see how much you can scrap out of this ship over the next few hours and get carried over to cargo.
Sure.
Notably, you probably want to do that after you deal with Sundowner. Just because if you do it now, then
Yeah.
Sundowner might just burst free.
I thought we were letting it burst free anyway.
I believe that's the idea. I'd like to say a few words to him if I can, try to convince him not to cause too much havoc, but I don't know if he can even hear me up in there or not. Do you guys know if he can hear me?
I can ask. Hello, Sundowner. Can you hear physical words from up there?
Pure telepathy bypasses language requirements. What you want?
Question repeated.
Yes, I sometimes hear things. I hear you most clearly.
Oh, you'll be happy to know that your freedom is nigh.
I'm intrigued.
A friend of mine wants to speak to you.
I thought I was going to be free. Must I sit here?
It's what nigh means.
He doesn't respond.
What'd he say?
He thinks he's intrigued by this concept of near freedom. But
he can
he
hear
can
me.
he can hear you slightly. He hears me the clearest. If you wish, maybe I can forward your messages, if you will.
Nordo kind of grins a little and thinks of Nomad's general tact and way with words. And he's like, well, maybe I'll just climb up there and shout and see if he can hear me.
What language do you know?
I can speak his language. I talked to him before once.
Oh yeah, the
I'd
best
go-
way probably. You should probably just climb onto the balloon and start yelling into it.
That's what I was thinking as well. I don't mind just slicing the balloon open if that's how this works, but I guess y'all probably have a more safe plan.
We
I'll
have
be
no
right
more
back.
use for this, right? This entire aircraft.
I suspect someone might want to buy it just as a ship. If you put some
Yeah.
regular old sails on there, it'll still float in the water, I reckon. If someone fixes up the hole. Anyhow, one thing at a time, I suppose. I'm
Have a
gonna
good
try
talk.
to climb up the ropes to get close to the balloon.
Sure. Easy enough. You're able to climb up the rigging and basically get right up next to it.
All right. Nordo kind of looks around a little bit awkwardly before he starts talking to a balloon. He says, "Sundowner, we're fixing to set you loose. And now I ain't gonna insult you by saying we're sorry, trying to justify what we done. Because I've been where you are. I've been a slave. I've been freed, and I know an apology or a bunch of bullshit about the greater good doesn't amount to nothing to somebody that's been living in chains. So all I wanted to say is that I know how much you want to kill us all when you get out of there. And frankly, you'd be right. It'd be justice and we deserve it. And if that's what you want to do, I ain't going to stop you. But just take it from me. It won't make you feel any better. Killing someone who did you wrong doesn't feel like justice, just feels like killing. And if you got to take it out on anybody, take it out on me. The rest of them ain't been through what you and I've been through, but I knew better and I did it anyway. So I'll take fault for it. And Nordo will kind of stand there for a minute and then slide back down the rope. Or climb, probably.
Give me persuasion check.
While he's rolling, was I close enough to hear any of that?
If you wanted to, assuming he wasn't being secretive.
Yeah, I don't know if he needed to or not, but Nordo thought that he needed to like yell that at the balloon, so he
Okay,
did
I just wasn't sure.
With that said, I assume it's in primordial, so
It is in
you
primordial,
speak
yeah.
that,
I speak
Well,
primordial.
Yeah, you're good then. You don't get any sort of audible response, but you do. You can hear wind kind of spinning inside of the balloon. It kind of drifts around. It doesn't. You don't get any sort of like out loud response, even through the balloon.
Okay. It's all good. Nordo was. Anyone with good passive insight could probably tell that Nordo needed to say that for his own sake more than he even cared about Sundowner hearing it.
Nomad, what's up? As he's climbing back down. Or is that old? I think Nomad's dead. We lost him.
Nomad died. Rip in peace,
Rip
Nomad.
in peace. All right, let's jump to Gale real quick.
Hello.
No.
I'm back. Sorry.
We'll go and do Gale real quick, and then we'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Just while we're all kind of saying our goodbyes to everybody, I'm gonna go over to Leo, and I'm just gonna say, so are you gonna be okay traveling?
I mean, I think I will. It's honestly, it's a lot better than what I've been doing for the past several months. The sky is kind of still really bright, and I'm getting used to that. But apparently, I've noticed that some of your friends have some goggles, and I think maybe they might make like sky vision goggles or something like that. So I might look and see if they make sky vision goggles that I could use. But you know, being able to like go where I want and talk to people and eat nice food, it's all way better than how it's been for, well, I mean, you know, it's been real shitty for a while, and this is a lot better. I'll be okay.
Okay. Well, just in case, and I'm gonna give him a pitten. This is a shank. If Eddie does anything weird,
Now,
we don't think he will, but you know, he's a bit of a wild card just in case.
I was gonna say,
Or you know, if you have to mutiny.
I need some clarification because almost everything that Eddie does is like weird. I assume you mean like if he does anything violent or like tries to.
Yeah, like tries to take the ship or something.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I could take him. He's pretty small, especially with a shank. He's a good shank.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of it. I just wanted to make sure that you had something just in case. You know. watch after Marvel. He's getting old.
Yeah, yeah, he is. He's a little nuts, isn't he?
I wouldn't say that, but
Yes. Anyway, what are you gonna? Where are you going? Are you gonna be safe?
yeah, we just have to go on ahead to deal with some mistakes that I may have made.
Well, whatever it is, I'm sure everything will be okay. You've always been good at fixing mistakes.
Thanks. But yeah, I'll see you around. I'll give, I'll like go in for a bit of a hug and I'll pull back and just walk away.
No, at first he looks like, oh, are we gonna do it? And then when you go in, he looks like real relieved, and he goes in. And he's only got the one arm, so it's a weird Christian side hug. And he kind of
No, he has the
accidentally.
second arm.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. Sick. He gives you the full hug, and he doesn't even stab you with the piton on accident.
Excellent.
Right. I forgot. Shit. Okay, I need to update my notes because that. Okay. All right. Jumping back to Nomad. Nordo is talking to Sundowner up in the balloon. Gale is talking to Leo over on the ship. What are you up to?
Oh, I already I was just asking about the
Okay,
engines.
gotcha. That's after. Okay, then in that case, let's cut back over to Nordo. You make your way back down the rigging onto the deck of the ship. You haven't received any sort of response, but you get the sense that you were at least heard. You heard some movement inside of the balloon, a little restrained, perhaps. But yeah, everything is calm and seems ready. The two of you that have worked with the engines would know that it's as simple as either just, disabling them, flipping a switch, or you could go dramatic and like cut the balloon open. Either one would really do it.
I don't know much about the magic jargon, but I'd be more than happy to slice that balloon open. Y'all need me to. I don't know as I've accomplished much anything by trying to talk to him, but here's hoping.
And I think Nomad and I can manage. I do think that we need to discuss the fact that this is probably going to turn violent.
I was hoping we could stick with the plan we came up with last time and just sending him back to his home by magic if we need to. I'd also, I mean, he seems violent and primal, but he doesn't seem stupid. I'm sure he'll look
Well,
and see that there's all these people here. Maybe he'll think twice about it.
I mean, surely
sorry, go ahead.
that's what Vasu's people do, right? They like kind of watch over the elements. Surely that's going to help us at least a little bit. I know Vasu's not here, but
He's been real stoned recently.
yeah, I mean, good for him.
Did return the bird flu with a vengeance.
To be clear, I wouldn't be surprised if Sundowner wants vengeance on us for the rest of his life and makes it a point to come back after us later.
I mean, it's
But
too late.
all
The
I'm saying
Retian's
is-
already after us.
There's that as well.
What?
All I'm saying is I don't know if things will get violent here today. It seems like he would know that wouldn't be a good idea given how many people's around here.
I do want to point out that the first time that we met him, he also just attacked us on sight.
That was a different situation though. He was
Hadn't
He
been
was-
imprisoned yet.
Well, he was free and chose to just attack us on sight.
because he's afraid of getting enslaved again. He didn't attack us till we tried to grab that ring that controls him. I'd like to think that once he's set free, he'll just run off, go about being free. I don't think he had the choice to leave in that place where we found him. I think he was stuck. I might be wrong. I don't know. I suppose it could probably squeeze through a little opening or something. Whatever you think's best, little dragon. I just figure we try to send him home if he fights us, and if he doesn't fight us, then so long.
No, I agree that we should just try and send him back. Just, I think that we should all be prepared and defensive.
Prepared and defensive. All right then.
You guys kind of gather everyone up and at least make sure you have your weapons ready and are kind of in a position to protect yourselves if necessary. Except for maybe Nordo, who...
Can I hide?
Sure, you can hide. Find somewhere in the stern castle to kind of like duck behind a door or look through a porthole
What
or
time
something.
of day is it here?
That...
Is it darkness?
Boy, it's a flip of the coin. We're gonna do... midnight.
Darkness. I'm invisible.
Yeah, there's a decent amount of, kind of light coming from the tree, but it's dark enough for darkness. But once you get all situated, are you guys cutting engine power, or are you literally cutting the balloon open? And if so, who's doing it?
Well,
just cut the power, right?
yeah, you can just cut the power.
All right.
That's the
Gale heads in and just kind of goes over to the array of engines and starts flicking switches. And with each one, the ship kind of rocks a little bit and teeters to one side. And as they drop one by one, you can kind of feel this turbulence as this balloon.
I love it.
I love it. Nomad, as he starts to walk back, begins to to augur. Okay.
Having a Raven moment.
You get a pretty clear wheel.
things will go better than expected. Maybe.
And sure enough, as the last couple of switches are flicked off, there's a bit of a rocking as the buoyancy of the balloon is suddenly and almost instantaneously deflated. The ship is already low down in the water, I assume anyway, but you can feel that some of its weight is being released, and it sinks down a good foot or so more as more of its weight is kind of dropped down into the water and given natural buoyancy. Thankfully, not all the way up to the forecastle and into the hole, but there's probably a splash that kind of gets in a little bit. But as the last one is set free, there is this rushing of wind, the rippling of cloth, as this trail of elemental energy is rapidly pulled free through the backside of the balloon. And it just begins to kind of bolt off at a remarkable speed. You get the sense it's probably moving almost a couple hundred feet a second, or per round, just leaving, just gone. It doesn't, it just kind of jets out like a stream in that direction. And then everything goes quiet, and for a couple of seconds, it kind of seems like that's just it, and this thing was just like set free, it bolted out, and it's gone, and everything is over. But after 10 or 15 seconds or so, there is kind of just this creeping ripple of wind along the surface of the fairly calm waters here that slowly begins to kind of meander its way back towards the ship. And then there's this rushing feeling and the sensation of wind kind of brushing past you. As for just a moment, nearly invisible, there is the shape of a face, this kind of like tiger-like face, near you, Nordo, and anybody else who is ready up on the deck of the ship to deal with whatever is going to happen. And it keeps its distance. It's probably a good 15 or 20 feet away. It is mostly invisible. It's very hard to spot for those of you who don't have good perception. You might not even notice it. But it just seems to momentarily look over all of you. And then once more, it bolts off to the north. There's a rush of wind once again. The balloon, which is now starting to kind of flatter and slowly, kind of ripple its way down onto the deck of the ship, threatens to kind of engulf those of you that are on the deck. The last things that you see before the cloth comes down all around you is this ripple of wind along the water, bolting off extremely fast to the north.
Nordo will kind of kneel down and take kind of the edge of his axe and just cut like a strip from the balloon and then just like kind of tie it around the handle of his axe.
Excellent.
Satisfaction.
Not the word I'd use.
Joy.
Best we could do.
What's the word for best we could do? A one-word summation.
Satisfaction.
Satisfactory?
Yeah, satisfaction.
I don't know if satisfactory is even right. Like,
I know. Like when
there's got to be a word for it.
the word is yeah, acceptable. There you go. Bare minimum. Acceptable is the proper, yeah.
It's done now. That's what matters to me. Should have
Com-
been done a long time ago, but it's done now.
I
I
want to
do
walk
hope-
over. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just gonna, I do hope he enjoys his freedom and does not attack random passerbys.
Yeah, hopefully not. And then I want to walk over to Nordo, if I may. And I just, hey, look, I know that took longer than it should have. And I'm sorry, I didn't really think this through. This might be a little morbid, but well, and then I rifle through my bag for a second, and I hand you the ring that controlled the boat. I just thought, well, this was all your idea, and I think you probably have more experienced this than the rest of us, and I think you did a really good thing. And well, I don't know. I think you should decide what happens to his shackles.
Nordo kind of takes the ring in the palm of his hand for a second, and you see him for just a moment, like look out to the ocean and almost consider just chucking the thing. But he stops short of that, and that strip of the balloon that he tied around the handle of his axe, he sort of ties the ring through that strip, so it kind of like hangs from his axe now. Thank you, Moat. Well, I don't know if there's much more to be said.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna keep this as a reminder, I guess. I ain't never gonna let something like this happen again.
Yeah, don't, I'd like to see somebody try to stop you, I guess.
Frankly, I sure would rather not. But we'll see what happens, I suppose.
Well, look, I know this. Obviously, I don't have first-hand experience in this, and know this took a lot longer than was probably morally acceptable. But you did a good thing here. And I hope that the time it took us to do the right thing doesn't weigh on you too much, if that makes sense. You did a good thing, and you should be proud of that.
Thanks, Moat. I am. He sort of puts a hand on your shoulder and gives it a good solid pat. Says, you're a good friend, Moat. You got your heart in the right place.
You're a good friend too. And I'll drop it.
All right. Unless there was any other business that you guys had the tree, I think we can go back to the future.
Yeah. A question.
Yeah.
How many of the kobolds are we bringing with us?
I think you say 0 like with us to Salt Bowl, but I think they're all riding on the ship. Which is like Sparkener and Not Idiot and Moronot and the sous chefs, which I think there's 2 of them, and Leo and Marvel, and I forget who else.
And I'm going to go to
Oh, the ones you were training,
James. Yeah, James, Mila, and Rachel. I'm just going to instruct them on what to do along the way. Just continue their training. These are your regiments. Don't overdo it when you get stuck. It happens a lot, even with me. Take a break. There are 3 of you, and you work better together. Also, here's some walking around money.
Understood. They all say in unison.
Beautiful. I will give them 5 platinum.
Uh,
Just 1 platinum each, and 2 for emergencies.
Understood. We'll use this cautiously, if at all.
We will meet you back at Salt Bowl, was it?
Yes, that's where you guys are heading.
Excellent. Be well.
Travel safely.
No promises.
Right, of course. Impossible to know the outcome.
I'm so proud of them.
We will jump back forward in time. You guys eventually see the ship off, and you watch as it sails. It only makes it a few hundred feet before kind of just disappearing into nowhere, back into the material plane, presumably. And you guys lay out this carpet and begin to cast your teleportation spell. And as we looked at briefly, you guys arrive in Salt Bowl. The carpet is with you. You made it to roughly the right location. You ended up in what appears to be an empty and abandoned brothel or a tavern of some sort. It appears to be midday. There's not a lot of, well, in fact, there's nobody that you've seen so far in the building. It looks to be kind of empty and abandoned currently. Whether it's just closed or unoccupied, it's hard to say. But as you looked out over the balcony, you are able to see the city of Salt Bowl. And importantly, you're able to see that pouring in from all over the different edges of this basin that Salt Bowl is set in is just this constant rain of water that is kind of trickling in on all sides of the city. And that the city itself seems to be flooded in most places. It is deeper in some and shallower in others, just based on the kind of natural up and down and the rolling hills of this place. But at least immediately in front of your building, the water appears to be about 6 or 7 inches deep. You can see that some people are kind of walking around through it with galoshes on. Some people are just barefoot. You do notice that the centaurs seem to be especially active in this region, and they don't seem incredibly phased by all of this, being pretty tall, but they do seem to be carrying some people on their backs, which is a little unusual. But yeah, it is midday in Salt Bowl, and the day is yours.
Is that? Did we go to the right place? Is that rain out there? Water?
The geographical makeup of this place is Salt Bowl. The water's new.
Do you think it's from that storm?
There was a storm.
I suppose it could be. I just kind of figured a place like this never gets any rain at all, but since there's a big magic storm going on, I guess that'd do it.
That's true.
Well, it seems to all be flooding from the mountains over there.
I think this is I think this could be a bad sign for us. The water was what made this town work, I think. If everybody has water, I imagine Mr. White's not too happy if that was source all his power.
Yeah. Let me taste the water. Is it like salty?
Um,
I'll do the same.
yeah, you guys make your way down the stairs, and you can eventually find that the lobby of this place is empty and dead. Nobody seems to be in it. And you kind of head out through the front door and down the steps, and you only get down 1 or 2 steps before you are met by this water. You reach down and taste it, and it is very, very salty, incredibly salty.
While they're
It's not even drinkable.
while they're tasting it, can I look up and see if I see any flying giant snakes in the air?
Absolutely, give me a perception check.
Our rolls today.
Looking up, it appears to be a kind of cloudy sky, but otherwise pretty clear. No signs of like a storm or precipitation of any sort. You don't see any signs of anything unusual flying around, although you do see your standard mix of just these large birds of prey, a couple of smaller birds that kind of flitter from rooftop to rooftop. You see water still continuing to kind of trickle in from all edges of the cliff, but no signs of anything unnatural up in the sky that, looks super dangerous. No serpents or anything crazy.
This is salt water. What could be causing this salt water to come from the mountains?
There's
Yeah.
it's called salt bowl. There's natural salt all over the place. It's probably
makes
just
sense.
collecting as the
So
water.
imagine all the salt just got carried in here by the rainfall off the
I'm
salt
not-
flats.
Hmm.
I ain't no scientist or nothing, but when we spent those days camping out there in salt flats, there was, well, awful lot of salt.
Now that you mention it, I thought that was just some name people give things.
Oh, don't start me on
wonder
my
if,
nomenclature rant.
Yeah.
I wonder if the salt water has flowed on into the big old oasis in the middle and ruined all that water.
I
Like
hope
a real
not.
crisis.
You do see as you kind of step out through this front door. First, a couple of people giving you all some looks. Most of you look like you're from not around here, and those of you that do still look wealthy, which is a little bit unusual for people around here. But you
The same as I did last time.
That's true. You probably are one of the people that fits in well here. Nordo probably fits in okay. Moat looks
Yes,
super out of
is.
place. Flick looks a little bit too wealthy. Vasu looks extremely out of place. Some of you fit in, some of you don't. But you're an odd group. But you do see that there is a young boy, an orc boy, near the corner who's holding a chest that has a little flashing light on it. And you do see that standing right next to him is a tabaxi. Very short fur, almost looks a little bit like a Lee's, except there's kind of this white fuzz that just kind of gives a little bit of color over what would otherwise be kind of a sphinx-like pattern. In this just heavy metal armor, soaked up to the ankles, just standing in this water, standing next to the boy. Just appears to be kind of keeping guard on the corner there. And you can see, as you kind of look around, those of you who are kind of familiar with the city, you get the sense you're probably over in kind of the northeastern quadrant here. Just because you see a lot of centaur activity, and you see this kind of large raised hill in the center of the square that has a couple of fires still going on it, which kind of indicate to you that it's probably not flooded there.
I assume that there's not mail for Nordo.
No, the people that can currently see flashing lights are Vasu, Gale, Flick, and Moat.
I throw my cloak over Vasu.
What are you doing that for?
Last time we were here, you had trouble with the centaurs. I think you might want to keep a low profile.
Right.
Probably all ought to keep a low profile. We started some shit last time we were here as well.
I'll kind of listen to all that and then look around and see people looking at me weird, and then spot the flashing light and run off towards it.
Moat goes running down the steps into the water, splashing through, and eventually splashes his way over to the mailman. And he looks up. He's got a little APS cap on. He's like, let's see, here to pick up.
Yes, sir.
All right. And he kind of reaches for the trunk. Or not reaches for the trunk, but he reaches the trunk out to you and flips the lid open. And as he does, the guard kind of takes a step over, not between you, but kind of next to the two of you, like he's part of this transaction a little bit. And says, your name?
Probably Moat. Moat or Moliton.
Understood. And he kind of motions for you to like reach in and grab your thing out of the chest.
I will reach in.
All right, you do find inside that there is a rather large wooden crate. It is pretty heavy, probably about 35, 40 pounds or so. It kind of comes out in this comical fashion, like Mary Poppins' bag, where it seems to be much larger than the chest that the boy was containing, but it kind of feeds out through the mouth as it stretches open. And eventually, you are holding onto this pretty large wooden crate, and you can see that at the top of it there is an envelope with a seal, a wax seal from your family, and the word moat on it. And before you're really even able to react to what you've pulled out, the guard, with no warning or asking for permission, reaches out, grabs that letter, and takes the letter, looks it over on the front. He kind of flips it to you to show the front of it. You can see that there's a seal and your name, and just says no writing, and he starts to tuck it into a duffel bag at his side.
What if I don't read it in the city?
No writing. I'm sorry. Not here.
What if I don't read it in the city?
If you'd like to seek an appeal, you can speak with the magistrate. You're not going to
What
have a
if
good
it
time.
isn't writing?
I will pull out 10 gold from my pocket, and I'll say, look, we don't need to get into all that. I'm not trying to get anybody in any trouble here. I'm not going to read it in the city.
As a man who knows how to do some business. He hands you a letter and takes 10 gold.
Do you guys ship stuff here, or do I have to go somewhere else for that?
Physical goods. Yeah. Oh, that was to the boy. If it's small enough to fit in here, and if it doesn't have any writing, then yeah, you can ship things.
I have 5 gold worth of useless shit from the Tree Where All Seasons meet, 4 pounds of mithril, and a Faith Eater mask. Will that fit in there?
He kind of goes over to a bench and he sets his thing down. It's like, okay, yeah, sure. We can do all of that. It's gonna be 3 gold for all of it.
Done.
Perfect. He reaches in and kind of fetches out this little burlap sack. He's able to fill everything in. Who's this going to?
Send it to Astar, Solomar, and Belmoral, pardon me.
Excellent. Astar, Solomar, Belmar. Okay, if you can just hold your hand on here for about 4 or 5 seconds and think about those people.
Got it.
And then you can see that it starts to glow a little bit. He's like, all right, perfect. And he stuffs it into the bag and closes the lid. And then he opens it back up and you can see that the box is empty. Says they should be able to pick it up.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Of course.
And I'll
Pleasure
run back
doing
off to
business.
the group.
He returns back with this massive wooden crate, kind of shuffling. There's something pretty heavy inside of it. Oh, excellent. Good to know.
In case some poor bastard comes onto the ship and just explodes.
Excellent. You do find when you do all of that it appeared undisturbed. Everything is where you left it. No trips or no traps had been triggered. Everything is left as it was.
I'm going to kind of walk up with the next person that's going to get their mail, and whoever that is as they're opening their mail. I'm going to just look at the little orc boy and in orcish. Should be like, what's new in town?
Well, all of this, and he kind of motions around to the water. Started when there was, that big storm that came through, and that's not unusual, but normally it drains out. That storm went on for a real long time. It started to build up a little, and then more and more and more, but eventually it went back down until, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 days ago, and it all came back again. And there's still water pouring over, even though there's no storms. Some people are saying the dam might have busted.
Before I continue that conversation, I want to take a couple glances over at the Tabaxi while he's talking. Can I get a sense of whether this Tabaxi understands Orcish?
Sure. Give me an insight check. You get the sense he probably doesn't understand. The reason that you get that sense is because he's watching your expressions very closely. He's kind of watching your hands to make sure that you don't do anything weird. He's not really paying attention to the words that you're speaking.
Okay, cool.
He does get a little suspicious when you both start speaking in a weird language right after somebody else offered him a bribe.
Right. Okay. That's it for the moment. If someone else wants to open their mail.
I'll open my mail.
Gail, you reach in and you were able to find that there's just a very small wooden package. There's no writing or anything attached to it. It is just kind of almost like a jewelry box. And when you open it up, there is just a key. No explanation, no writing, no note. And the guard does kind of look as you open it to make sure. But there is nothing inside except for this key.
As he's looking at that, to the orc boy, I suppose Mr. White's probably not too happy about all this, is he?
Well, on the contrary, let me see if he actually knows anything about the fucking politics of the city, because he's a child.
Right? I figured I'd gamble on. He's a child, but also he's a male guy, so he talks to everyone.
I'm just a newsie, sir.
Oh, he hears everything. He hears it all. Actually, it's my understanding that he's been doing real well because of all this. So they got some sort of field that keeps all their water fresh and all this water out, even when the sewers overflow. And well, between me and you, a lot of these speakeasies were running natural wells and things that don't work no more, which means they got more business than ever over at the water for it. They've been upping the prices, charging double the past couple of days.
Well, how about that? Hey, this is maybe a strange question. Well, two strange questions, matter of fact. First one, you got today's date by any chance?
Of course, today's the 18th.
And I don't remember. Was that the date that we remember it being when we went to the Tree Roll Seasons meet?
It would have been the day that you guys woke up at the tree.
Outstanding. No time has passed. Okay.
You can see that it's
Much
probably like late afternoon, evening, so at least like a matter of hours have passed, but,
Yeah.
you know.
Well, much obliged. The other question's a little bit weirder, though. You ain't happened to seen, and bear with me here, any kobolds around town that are, I don't know, turning into water or growing feathers or their scales are turning gold or other, I don't know, kobolds with weird stuff happening to them?
Boy, I haven't heard anything about, like, you know, feathers and turning into water and anything. I know that there's a bunch of new kobolds that just showed up in town over near the market up north. They've been, you know, just hanging out. They haven't, like, they're actually kind of quiet and reclusive. They're a little weird, actually. People don't trust them too much. They just hang out at Joker's place all the time. We thought maybe they were, like, friends with him or something. You know, Joker's always weird, so everybody thought they were just more, you know, weird stuff. But no, they haven't been, like, turning into feathers or anything.
All right, then. That's just a little bit of news I heard about. I was wondering if it was true. Bad gas travels fast, small town like this.
Sure does. Especially with all this chaos going on.
Not much obliged for the information. And I'll just toss him a gold.
Of course. Hey, since you're new in town and haven't been around since all of this started, check your ankles every once in a while for, you know, leeches.
I sure will. I'll immediately check my ankles.
Yeah, you check real quick. And everything is clean so far. But, you know, you've been given the advice.
Wait, what?
Yeah, nasty little bastards. Don't know where they came from, but, yeah, just these weird little leeches that kind of been swimming around in the water.
It's salt water, though.
Yeah, right? That's what I said. I always thought leeches were kind of like the slugs of the sea, and that if you salted them, they died. But then I guess sea slugs are a thing.
So here's a ridiculous question. As a resident of a tropical island, have I ever heard of, I don't know, a salt leech?
Ooh, give me a nature check.
Oh, nat 20 for 19.
Woo! You would know. You've heard of them. They tend to live on rocky, dry, and hot, stony beaches. They live in the ocean. They don't live on inland sources of water. They live exclusively on the shores of the ocean.
Gotcha. All right, then. I heard of them before. We used to, in the summertime, there'd be a few on the northern coast of Malnoa. Nasty buggers.
You know, they're real resilient. It is extremely unusual to find them this far inland.
Interesting.
Moat, in your package, you were able to retain the note, so you get the note. And then also, as you kind of eventually kind of pry open the top of this thing, you do see that inside there is an ornate combination of dragon bone, scale, and metal, including a little bit of mithril and also some other things that have been combined in. And you now effectively have a completed set of plate armor.
Hot. No, why didn't that work? Oh, I messed up the bracket. Real
It's
quick
cool.
mistake of my life.
Ooh. It's easily enchanted.
That is really nice. Okay, that didn't work either. I give up.
Oh, is that dragon
Well.
bone?
I'll fix it.
What are you linking?
Oh, that's really
I was
fucking
trying to find
cool.
the link of the armor that like what it looks like, but replace all the owl iconography with like crane iconography. Don't worry, somebody's got me. Somebody's an adult here.
Yeah, that's real nice.
Oh, fuck yeah.
That's cool as shit. It is actually really kind of bizarre for several of you, except for Nomad, who has very recently worked with something like this, to see bone
Yeah,
that has
I'm
been
like,
kind of
ooh.
carved and sculpted almost like metal would be. At first glance, it looks like a white metal. It's very shiny and well polished, but it is surprisingly light. It is still very sturdy and strong. Also unusually flexible. Like you can kind of press on the corners and the edges of some of those feathered, carved out bits, and they do give a little bit. They have some of the flexibility that you would expect from metal. It is not brittle.
Holy shit, I didn't actually read the stats. It can be worn by people with medium armor?
Yeah.
My
Holy
God.
heck.
Notably, it still caps your, or it does not give
Yeah, I
any
guess
dex
that's true.
contribution at all.
Yeah, no deck. Does Moat even have decks?
I've got
I think his is still better than mine as a monk, though.
mine's
What is
0.
it? Oh, well, never mind then. I think I've got 14.
See, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Think your dad could make me something like that?
Yeah, he's
About that
amazing.
scale,
We have a bunch
I'm
of
just
dragon stuff, don't we?
it's not plate because I couldn't afford mithril, but I come this way.
Who, me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
And like he wheels out this weird kind of vaguely person shaped thing covered in a tarp. It's a small person. It's about Gale sized.
Oh no. Those
I
evil
know.
brains finally gotten to you.
No.
Are you sure? You sprouted, like, spider legs the other day.
Oh yeah, that was, a spell. It was very effective.
Evil spell?
I wouldn't call it evil. It is only evil if used for evil. Which I have a very thin grasp of currently.
I've noticed.
But it's effective, and I enjoy effective. Speaking of effective, he looks around this area. I think this is buoyant enough, and he pulls a tarp off. And underneath it is this dragon bone armor, intricately carved, more art than armor. You can see the shoulders are shaped like roaring or wailing dragons, and expressions very clearly pained or afraid, all the way to the center of the chest, where there is a kobold like mass of yellow gems from the Feywild, with one leg and one eye, with this mithril axe plunged into the skull of another dragon in the middle. The dragon is made from, not the dragon, the armor itself is made from a combination of enamel, very shiny, and other sturdy parts, mithril, moonstone, and gems. There's fine leather that forms a hood that you can pull over your head. And there's even some sort of sabaton or greave that attaches over a peg leg that you have, or your prosthetic rather.
Oh.
You mentioned that you were going to harm dragons? Kill them? I do not understand. I know you have a vendetta.
A
I know
little.
you're going to face White again, and I figured, why not face him with armor made for a king?
Oh.
I may have misread the situation. I'm not good at that. But
No, I'm gonna walk over and very short, so I just like kind of pat Nomad on his thigh. I really appreciate it. It's lovely, really. It's a little vain for me to wear, and also since Salt Bowl's kind of ruled by a dragon, I feel he might take offense to me wearing this here.
yeah,
So I'm just gonna pocket it for now, and when we leave, I'll put it on.
I figured we could just put a cloak over it. But sure,
That,
That could work.
on
let's
top
at
of
least.
what
Yeah, go
Little
ahead.
Dragon's saying, the last time we were in this town, they were specifically paying people to look for him and had a big bounty out on his head. So maybe better to keep a little lower key in this town.
Oh, that's what the hood is for.
I do appreciate the hood. It's very like Spider Gwen, which I'm into.
I dig it.
But yeah, I don't know if they'll still be looking for me though. Now that Shul's dead, maybe they will be.
That's true. I forgot it was her that was paying for it.
Yeah, but she was working for Tazdira, who's still potentially looking. Um, I don't know how invested he was in her activity though.
Well, the little pork boy that was doing the mail over there said that Mr. White's been making a killing off of this here situation. Guess he's got the only clean water in town now. Is charging double for it. But on the bright side, he said he hadn't seen any kobolds walking around with feathers or nothing like that. He says that your kobolds mostly just stick to Joker's workshop and don't talk to much anybody.
Well, that's good. I feel a lot less bad about cursing white now.
Yeah, fuck them, as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, fuck the white.
Although there remains the issue of if he spent that gold and then someone else spent it after he spent it on them, and so on and so forth. Sorry, I don't mean to get your paperback started again.
No, you're right. Well, we might as well start beginning and go and rob my friends and family.
Sounds like a plan. On the way, watch out for leeches, I guess. The orc boy said there's salt leeches in the water, which is odd because I only ever known them to come out of the ocean, not someplace like this, even with salt water.
Yeah, where would they even come from?
Say
It's
back
probably
home.
just a superstition. We don't have to worry about that.
So I'll wait till we
I
catch
feel
one. Make
faint
sure
for
it's
some reason.
the same sort of thing we're talking about.
I assume at this point that Flick and Vasu probably pick up their mail as well. I'm trying to. Should I show those? Should I wait till they get here? How do I handle that?
They
I'm
probably
back.
go back to the brothel with it.
That's fair.
Yeah, if it matters, I try to like keep the plate armor kind of hidden until we get somewhere more like secretive where I can actually put it on.
That's fair.
Moat, what's that fancy thing you're trying to hide?
I already opened it in the middle of the streets. Now I'm just trying to keep it fancy.
But I wasn't paying attention until then.
It's my
No.
new plate armor that my dad made me. It's dragon
You
bone.
have a father? I missed so much. I was really distracted by that really high up piece of paper.
I've been sending letters to my family for like this entire trip. I've got a dad, a mom, and 2 sisters.
Well,
God.
aren't you just lucky?
That's what they tell me.
That's awesome.
His dad's where he learned all his blacksmithing and all his other stuff that Moat can do.
Correct.
Is your father also great at everything?
I mean, he
Look
made
at it.
this.
It's
Well, I mean,
amazing.
like, this is. Did I already miss us meeting them?
We haven't met them.
Oh, okay. Was this in the mail?
It was in the mail. But maybe someday. I don't know
I
if we'll
haven't-
go back to Belmoral at any point, but
Hold on, I have to do something, and I run off to the mail place.
All right, there's an orc boy on the corner with a guard next to him.
I need to send a letter.
All right, who to?
His name is Nomad.
All right. Let's see. What are you sending?
A letter. Then I hand him a letter that's already sealed up. And
As you hand that letter over, the tabaxi guard that is standing next to you kind of grabs you by the wrist and snatches the letter out of your hand. It's like, you should know better. And he tucks the letter into the bag. Your friend has been very kind to me, so I don't think anybody needs to hear about this transgression. But as a reminder, no literature.
is that what's going on? Oh yeah, I forgot we were in Salt Bowl.
Yeah. Moat got a letter and he had to pay 10 gold to get it back.
Oh.
It's okay, you missed it.
Okay. How much will this cost me?
And the orc looks to you and says, 2 silver? And then the orc looks up to the tabaxi, and the tabaxi looks at you, says, 9 gold?
Okie dokie.
It's just a part of the transaction. Bribing
Actually-
the guard.
Can I incite them
Sure.
to see if I could like haggle? Not that I can haggle, but I still want the option.
Sure. Give me an insight check.
The lowest it can be is an 18.
With an 18, you get the sense you could probably go a little lower.
7?
He holds his hand up.
I give him 7 gold.
All right, he hands your letter back.
And I guess I hand it to the person.
Yep, the orc boy takes it. It's like, all right, so just press your hand here for 4 or 5 seconds and think about the person you're sending it to.
Okay.
All right. And it starts to light up. He puts it in the box, closes the box, reopens the box, and now it's empty. And he shows it to you to like confirm that it's been sent through.
It's like magic.
And at the very moment that that happens, Nomad can see that the light on top of the chest is now blinking.
Oh, I have mail.
Wait, don't open it here. You'll get fined. Wait until the next town.
Let me take this child to the back.
Excuse me.
Nomad phrasing.
How would you wish
Wait.
for me to phrase this?
Wait, which
Just
child?
don't ever say that sentence again.
I just do not wish the guard to see our transaction.
The guard is gonna stay with
Making it worse.
me.
Nomad, just wait until the next town. You can wait. Be patient.
Okay. Can I give them money anyway?
No.
I think bribery is an important skill for a Nomad to learn. I'll
Yeah,
hand
but
Nomad
he's-
5 gold and I say, here, try your best.
God, this. Look, I'm all for Nomad learning new things, but perhaps we shouldn't have him learn how to bribe small children outside of a brothel.
Do y'all also remember about 5 minutes ago when we said we're going to keep it low key in this town because we all caused so much trouble here last time?
So far, so good. We are low key. The guard is not telling anyone.
I haven't noticed anything unusual.
See? Wonderful.
Does this guard make any special glance or notice of Elise?
Ooh, give me an insight check. Yeah? Yeah, like, okay, so to be clear, she is wearing a lot of new clothing that she picked up in the Feywilds, and it covers most of what she is wearing under her armor.
Are they pretty?
And with a 23, you can actually tell that Elise is kind of going out of her way to make sure that her plate armor is not super visible. However, with a 23, you would be able to tell that he's at least paying a little bit more attention to her than maybe the rest of you. He can at least
Like
tell
he maybe
that
recognizes her.
maybe not recognizes, but like, you know, when you're in a new place and like this is the only person that looks like they could be from your hometown, you kind of like latch onto them. They look like they could be from the same
Right.
hometown, and that kind of catches their attention.
Gotcha.
So because we have weird leeches and stuff, can I do my ping to see if they're aberrations?
Sure. You
It's
get a fuckload of humanoids, and
Exact number, please.
you get a fuckload of humanoids, and
It's a lot.
It is. It's a big old amount. It's whatever the old amount that I gave you is, plus or minus a couple hundred. I forget the population of this city, and I'm too lazy to pull it up. But it's pretty big. But you do actually get a handful of aberrations. Probably 3 within a 5-mile radius. None of which are closer than 3 miles. They all seem to be at least 3 miles away. Which would put them at least outside of the basin for sure. However, I guess give me a wisdom check.
Like, okay.
Yeah, just a good old spellcasting check. Yeah, that's what you get.
Hey, also, when the kid was saying that there's like rumors that maybe the dam has broken, do anybody else know what that's about? Is there like a dam in this town?
God damn it, guys. I could have used my monocle if I was here.
Oh, use it.
Vasu would probably be the only person. Actually, maybe Flick, but let me roll for each of them and see if they know. I
To know
kinda
what?
doubt it.
The kid was saying that like there's a rumor that the reason all this water is coming is because there's a dam that's broken.
oh damn.
I don't know what he's talking about. But
We
Basu
didn't
might.
recognize them here last time, right?
Flick knows nothing about it. Vasu has heard that there is a pretty big dam along the west coast somewhere of Ajubyada, but that's all he knows about. Anything about a dam. He doesn't know about anything in this city or even near this city.
I guess if that's what broke and is washing the water all the way here, then that would explain the sea critters swimming around.
Have we seen Joker yet?
No, all we've done is check mail so far.
I need to ask him a question, and I adjust my monocle.
Are you?
Christ. You guys finish up with the mail people. I'm going to keep Flicks private because he's been back and forth on whether or not he shows things. Vasu typically shows things, and this one is kind of big, so he would probably show it. So I'm going to take a gamble and assume he shows folks.
Is it in his pants?
He pulls out a letter, and when you guys all see it at first, it appears to just be a drawing. It's an okay drawing. It's not particularly good or bad. It just looks like a charcoal sketch of kind of a landscape. But he takes it and looks at it and seems to study it very closely. And then later on, when they're away from the guard a little while, he explains that he's able to read words on it that none of you guys can see. Except for Ace through his monocle, who can also see
I
this
can
writing.
read it.
Yep. And he is able to read for you, or Ace can do it, that there is in fact a hidden message on this painting. Or not painting, this sketch that has been given to him. And you guys can kind of read that as you're making your way west, presumably towards Joker's.
Oh, snap. But we were supposed to go to Firebird's Roost. But this sounds pressing.
I feel like we're never gonna get the Firebird's Roost.
Right?
Wait, why did we come here instead of going? Remember, wasn't our plan to like?
We need a ship.
We needed to get Joker's ship.
I guess that's
Because I
a valid.
refused to keep flying on Stone Outer X. It would have literally stayed behind if we kept flying on it. Because he's, pouty about it. He was being selfish.
Yeah, how dare he care about another creature? What an absolute bastard.
This comes down to me, Zeke, not Nordo. My opinion that there's no such thing as a good altruistic person. Anytime anyone does something good, they're just doing it to feel good.
Accurate. The closest thing to morality is deriving pleasure from making other people happy.
What if it makes you miserable, but you do it anyway?
You're still doing it because ultimately you feel good. If you didn't, you wouldn't do it. That's all there is to it. People only do what
but
they...
like, what if you actually did things that are good, even though you detested every single bit of it?
Well, you wouldn't do it. People only do what they want to do, what their brain tells them to do. Which means if you're doing it, even if short-term it makes you feel miserable, something long-term is giving you endorphins that says this feels good.
Sorry, I didn't mean to open a can of worms. Nordo's view on morality is just
Is that why I scrub
black and
toilets?
white.
No, you scrub toilets because staying alive feels good.
Yeah, because it gives you money.
Dang it, live.
Because you need money to stay alive.
Oh, because I love money. There you
No,
go.
you might not even love money. You just like having the security and comfort of a stable job. Anyway, that can of worms aside. Yeah, well, of course. Like if you have a gun to your head or you're being physically coerced or something like that.
Even then, the endorphins are telling you
like-
to be alive. So
Like there's some people, like examples of like famous like people in history that have done good things with their lives, even though it did nothing good for them and made them miserable and caused them persecution. But I think those people are sociopaths. Just in a
Sociopaths, the real heroes.
Sociopaths in
sociopath
a good way.
in a productive and good way.
I don't know. If they were doing it for like religious reasons, then they, were trying to benefit themselves by getting into
Oh,
heaven or
absolutely.
something.
Those people
So,
don't count.
so we're talking about like atheistic people who just do good for no reason.
Well, they do it because it makes them feel good.
Yeah,
It's me.
I accept.
I don't know if I've heard of any of these edge cases, and now I'm extremely intrigued.
I go to Joker's place.
Alright, you guys arrive at Joker's workshop. When you get there, you see that there are two very large Sahuagin men that are standing in front of the front door. And as you approach, they say, you move on.
No thanks.
One of them kind of looks down at you and then kind of over to the other one. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. Go right in. Didn't recognize you. And he opens the door and holds it open for you.
Can I squeeze in with
Thank
him, or is he just like only letting him in?
He lets you all
Are
in,
we all here? Yeah.
presumably.
Perfect. Okay, I'm going to insight check that because that seems, very sketchy.
Sure.
This guy gonna go immediately tell Mr. White that we're here as soon as we leave.
You're minimum 18, right, Ace?
Yep.
Both of you get about the same sense. They don't have any malicious intent. They just, for some reason, think that this whole situation is kind of funny, and they do recognize that you're the one who paid to protect this place. They recognize that you were that Gale was the person who kind of set this whole thing up. You don't.
Basically, boss.
Yeah, you don't get with an 18. You don't like get the sense that they're going to stab you in the back or anything like that.
Gotcha. Also, it's a 19, not that it matters.
Gotcha.
Also, like, I'm trying to think back to all the sessions that have passed since this all happened. Did Gale ever tell us what he did here? Did he ever tell us that he paid Mr. White and all that?
I think so.
Oh, I don't think so.
Excellent.
No, I think he did, because wasn't one of our title contenders like 69 kobolds and 32 million gold?
Yeah, but that was a total meta. Like, that was one of the
Yeah,
very,
like-
very few.
Oh, was that meta? I thought
not-
maybe that was in
not an
person.
in-character
Never mind.
statement. No.
Ignore me.
Okay, let's see here. As you step in, again, you can see that there is just kind of this small initial walkway, and then it leads back into a back area. The doors are all propped open, and you are immediately greeted by the sound of kobolds, lots of kind of chatter in Draconic. Some of them recognize you and kind of give you a salute. And they're like, oh, big boss is that way, and kind of point you farther and farther back into the workshop, until eventually you find in the middle of this very large empty workshop, tucked away in a corner, working over some sort of small machine, is Joker. He is surrounded by sparks. He's got a big old mask that is down over his face and a big leather, like a welder's smock that is protecting him. And he seems to be doing some sort of metalwork on some sort of device. It's actually, I believe he's shown you this device. It's the one that he kind of introduced as his weird copy machine that he's been working on for some time.
The print machine.
The print machine. It is making all sorts of weird sparking noises and lights. There's clearly some sort of magical activity involved. There is no sign of an airship in this facility.
I make a doorbell ding dong noise.
He kind of like holds a hand back and he puts a finger up, and he finishes welding a line, and then eventually kind of reaches down and he clicks off a big machine. He hangs up all of his tools for a second and looks over, and kind of takes his gloves off, smacks his hands together, pushes his goggles up. It's like, oh, you're back. Good, you're back. You're in one piece, and so are all of us. I don't know why those goons started showing up around the front door. I thought it was trouble at first, but honestly, it's been real quiet around here. Very productive. So how is it?
How's the ship?
Well, that's what I'm asking. Yeah, how is it?
Is it invisible?
What? No, it better not be.
We came to pick it up.
Did you not get my message? I sent you a message yesterday. Or wait, today? This morning? I don't know. Time is weird.
How did you send us the message?
Through the card.
We were in the Feywilds for a while.
Oh,
Oh, shit.
we were in the Feywild. Yeah.
Are your heads okay? You gotta warn a man before you do something like that. I could have killed you guys or driven you crazy or something.
It's okay, we got a blessing.
Okay, well, good. Anyway, your ship's over at the tower down to the south. That key will give it to. Just give it to the man there and he'll get it for you.
Oh, that's what the key's for.
Yeah.
All adding up.
So, okay, hang on. You guys want to do me a favor?
That's going to depend on the favor. We got some pressing matters to attend.
That's fair. Listen, you can call it altruism if you want, but really it's just I'm sick of paying twice as much as I need to for water, and especially now that I have 30 extra mouths to feed. This whole shit show with all of the stuff. You've seen the water? You saw you just came from it. You've seen the water. Yes, there's water everywhere. The water shouldn't be everywhere. The sewers are set up so the water should not be everywhere. And I think it's all a conspiracy. I think that I think they sabotage. There's a pump. There's a pump in the sewers that should be pumping all of this, like a bilge pump, down into the Underdark. It shouldn't be backing up like this. I built it myself. It rains sometimes. We get a lot, and this has been more than usual. But still, I made that pump myself. It should still be going, and I think they did something to it. And frankly, it doesn't just mean that the water's more expensive. It makes me look bad, and I think it's all a plan. They're trying to make me look bad so they can discredit me, so that they can eventually do away with me, and nobody will care because they'll think that I'm a crazy inventor's inventions don't work. And listen, all I'm trying to say is that if you guys could go fix this pump for me, I'd appreciate it, and I could pay you.
What will prevent them from destroying it again?
I can take care of
Right.
that.
Can you?
This entire time, Ace like slinks next to him and is like doing that thing where he tries to like measure himself next to him to see if they're the same height. The entire time, this guy is ranting.
Sure. He's a little shorter than you, a little bit, maybe a couple inches.
Impossible.
Joker,
Yeah.
where is the money that I gave everyone else?
Fuck, man, I don't know. Go ask him.
Just fine. No, go to. I start asking where everybody keeps their gold.
You kind of like gather everyone up, and like a lot of them still have a lot of it. Some of them have kind of like, most of them have spent somewhere on the order of maybe 3 or 4 of their gold on just food and water and supplies. A couple of them have spent a significant amount on it, or on it, like gambling. A couple have gone down to Crosswinds. Some of them have gone over to the brothel. Most of them have spent no more than maybe 10 or 15 gold. They have most of it, is what I'm getting at.
Okay. Do any of them have anything weird happening to them?
Give me an investigation check with advantage if you're explaining what you're looking for.
Can I help?
Sure.
Can I have advantage because of my spyglass? Well, he has advantage because of what he's doing.
Magnification. I don't know if this. I don't think this is studying the small details of a thing. But like, he's already got advantage anyway.
I'm not explaining this to them, by the way.
Okay.
I'm just like grabbing them, throwing them against a wall, and like checking for feathers.
I'm your king. Let me look you over.
22. Okay, let's see. With the 22, most of them appear normal. But as you begin to kind of like study them more closely, and especially starting to study the ones who don't have a lot of their original gold, you start to focus on the ones who have spent a lot of their money. You notice that one of them, their breath smells tremendously like alcohol at all times. You like, even after a presto, or even after like, they say they haven't been drinking anything lately. It just smells like really, really strong and also terrible rum at all times. You notice that one of them has kind of they've developed mammary glands that kobolds don't normally have. They're not huge, but it looks weird on a kobold. Yeah, there's like 2 or 3 of them that have just weird little minor oddities.
This is perfect.
Shit. Alright, I'm gonna have Flick to try and uncurse these guys and see if he can do it.
Flick will burn and remove curse on the one whose breath tastes like alcohol. And just like that, with a snap. It requires, he would probably need to like go get a bottle of alcohol to cure it, but it's real simple. And sure enough, it ends, and his breath goes back to normal. It no longer smells like that. The second one is like, do we have to get rid of these? I'm just saying, like, you know, if it's not gonna kill me.
You know what? You do you.
All right.
And live your life. Live your best life. Okay.
Awesome.
Now I need you to all tell me where you're keeping your gold.
They all kind of like pull out their wallets. You notice. Give me a perception check.
I'll have new wallets.
I mean, coin purses, wallets, whatever they keep it in.
Money.
Yeah. They all kind of like hold out all of their gold and set it in front of them. Like, you know, we've just got it right here. Why? What's up?
Okay. Is everybody here?
Yeah, they really don't like it when we like come and go. They like typically when somebody leaves the shop, they send one of those big fish guys with us to follow us around all over.
Whenever he said this is all of it, was he telling the truth? For a 19.
19. You do get the sense that at least one of them is kind of like hiding some of his money somewhere.
Come on, guys, all of it.
Fuck's sake, call that gold's cursed, y'all. You gotta get rid of it.
Oh, don't tell them that.
It's cursed?
No, it's fine.
I didn't know it was cursed.
Okay.
Mass panic.
I was just kidding. I was just messing with y'all. You should live with the king.
That's really mean, Nordo.
Uh,
Also, I just need you all to stay here for just a second.
Okay, alright. Cursed gold. Oh, it's like one of those stories. Except I've got boobies.
Some curses are gifts. How big are his boobs?
Not very.
Are they just
Oh,
wait? Is he wearing a shirt, or is it just out there?
I don't know, he's probably got like a weird engineer smock on.
So I'd like to do a thing. I don't know if I can do it.
Okay.
Would I be able to turn around and cast Conjure Barrage on all of them?
Killing all of them.
With, however, using some kind of a sleep dart. Just to knock them out for a couple of minutes so that we can take all the gold, replace it with something else. Like nothing ever happened.
Do you have a sleep dart?
Do you believe me if I said I did?
Should have
Maybe.
voted harder.
If
I
you
have healing darts.
have healing darts?
I have a salamander shot, which is not going to work.
Nope, definitely will put them to much more than sleep.
Gale,
Can I? Sorry, go ahead.
perhaps we could make some. We merely need some components, and then we can craft some alchemically.
Oh
Is
no, I
it-
don't need that shit. Okay, I can totally use a. I'm gonna conjure barrage, but I'm just gonna conjure a bunch of hammers and not.
Oh my god, Gale, no! Gale
Okay.
is king. Please don't attack your people.
Is it possible to like merge spells?
Maybe?
Can I like cast Calm Emotions while he casts Conjure Barrage? Instead of like a sleep
Conjure
barrage,
Calm
just do like a
Emotion.
calm the fuck down barrage.
I think those are the literal opposite spells. One
They
spell
are, but so is
hurls
Conjure
hammers at
Barrage
you.
and sleep.
Throwing hammers at someone, just telling them to calm the fuck down.
Not just that, a massive hammers.
Boy, I love the idea of merging spell effects. I don't think that would do what you think it would do.
Probably not, but
And also, like, that will not do what you think it will do. Or it won't do what you
We'll
want it
just
will do, at
kill
least anyway. As for conjuring a barrage of hammers, if you're trying to, like, non-lethally concuss 30 kobolds, by just...
When you put it that way, it sounds so much worse. I just need them to go to sleep for a little bit.
Boy. I mean, they'll go to sleep for a little bit. They might wake up forgetting a few years, but like,
Gale,
That's not good.
be
yeah.
the truth will set you free.
I can use the orb.
Or
Or just explain it to them and, realize that they're adults and they have rationale.
Well, the thing is that if they know and they willingly give me the gold, they're giving the gold, which means they'll get cursed.
Idea. Then tell
Also,
them
if
you're
they're-
going. Then why don't you just say you're going to inspect it and have them leave the room, and then just take it while you're inspecting it, and then you just steal it from them, and it's there.
Noticeably, the curses are very minor, and it seems not harmful. We could start decursing them as well if it becomes an inconvenience.
Why don't we just have Flick remove the curse from the gold instead of from each person?
Because the gold isn't cursed. At least as far as I can tell.
You found no magical auras on the gold.
Yeah. The
Everyone,
thing, curses are really hard to detect. And you can't detect all sorts of magic. I'm pretty certain they're cursed.
I have an idea. It's really stupid. And I just walk off.
He just leaves. He's done.
And then I wait a few seconds, and then I just make a dragon roar noise.
Trying to imitate like a gigantic dragon attacking
I've seen
or
one
something.
before, so yeah.
All right. Okay, excellent. Boy, give me either like a con check or a charisma check. Con
Definitely going to be con.
Con to make it
I'm
as loud
better
as
con.
possible, or charisma to make it as scary as possible.
It's either going to be a 0 or a -2, so
Can't wait. Yeah, Ace makes this kind of loud, roaring dragon noise from kind of the front area of the warehouse, and it kind of echoes and resonates in a way that sounds like maybe it could be a dragon outside, kind of distantly roaring, and it definitely gets a lot of people's attention. They kind of look over.
this is inside the building. So I'm still inside the building.
Yeah, they seem to notice it. Some of them look a little bit nervous. None of them like go running or anything crazy like that.
Well, that didn't work.
You tried.
I am going to check everyone for leeches.
Well,
Good
thank
call.
you. I've been waiting through this water. I can't feel my legs.
You do find that there is one that is kind of stuck to the back of Flick's ankle, and you pry it off.
Okay, I'd like to examine it. Is it the sort of creature that I was expecting to find based on the ones I'm familiar with?
Yep, it's pretty similar to that actually. It's basically the same thing.
Weird. Joker, you know anything about this? Kind of wiggle it at him.
Yeah, those bastards have been showing up in the water, probably getting swept in. Nasty little
They
fuckers.
might-
They'll drain you lightheaded if you leave them on there for too long.
Swept in from where?
Thing they normally only come from the ocean. You think the water's coming all that far?
Sewers, I'd imagine.
Do leeches come from oceans?
These do.
It's
I
possible.
rolled a natural 20.
I mean, like I said, it rains here sometimes and we get a little spillover, but we don't get leeches normally. Whatever's going on, I think it's bigger than that. Like I said, a lot of this water showed up after the storm stopped. Some people are saying the dam might have busted.
you think this
Hear
is a
about
part
this.
of their sabotage?
Sabotage. Oh, you think Mr. White did it? Oh my God, you might be right.
You're jumping to conclusions, but
No, it
okay.
makes perfect sense. Follow the dots, man. Look at it. It all makes perfect sense.
Oh boy, you got the conspiracy theorist started.
Oh, he sabotages the dam. He sweeps in everything from the ocean. Cuts off all
I
of
like
the
to
unnatural
imagine
water.
he flips over one of these blackboards and there's like a string board, a cork board with like strings drawn all over, and Mr. White's at the center, and he puts another string there.
And you're saying you got some pump that could fix this here problem, mate?
Yeah, I mean, it should be working anyway. I don't know why it's not working in the first place. But down in the sewers, there are an array of pumps. But the one main big pump is over towards the northeast side of town. And like I said, it's kind of like a bilge pump. It makes sure that whenever there's overflow from rain or sewage or whatever, it gets pumped up and then down through a tube and out into the Underdark where nobody gives a shit. And unless the Underdark has completely filled up all of a sudden, there's no reason for that pump to not be keeping up with this this water trickling in. Like, I know it's a lot of water, but the Underdark is a big place.
That is, unless of course Mr. White broke the pump on account of wanting to make this problem as bad as he could.
Exactly. And it makes me look like a fool. He's been trying to pin me for something for years. It's because I'm close.
But doesn't he need you?
Close to what?
Oh, I'm gonna shed light on everything that he's been doing in here. You don't think Carlotta actually just fell out that window, do you? No, she was about to end literature prohibition, but they don't want all that. They want everyone dumb and stupid.
I dislike that. Let's kill him.
That's what I'm saying, but we have to be careful, man. He's got eyes and ears everywhere. They're right out front. You gotta, keep your voices down.
Ace, do you see any hidden eyes and ears with your monocle?
I look.
Give me a perception check.
Nice.
You take a good look all around, and you don't spot anything invisible or anything lurking or anything unusual now.
What happens when does Joker look different when I look at it with my monocle?
No. He doesn't have like any illusions active or anything like that. He's not a shapeshifter.
His dad aura. No. Do I notice that he tells more jokes when I'm around? Do I notice this?
Nothing unusual like that.
Gotcha. I don't see anything nomad. Big N.
And I feel like Norda's the bigger of the two ends.
He's taller.
Anyway, I know you guys are all busy, and if you don't have time to do it, you don't have time to do it. I just figured you guys seemed like the goody two-shoes type, and, I figured, in addition to the fact that we'd be busting this nut wide open, it also, maybe deal with all this water problem so that people can go back to having cheaper water.
This is a good deed, yes?
Yeah, good deed. Whatever helps you sleep at night.
I wish to do good. Let's do good.
Cool.
Leave it up to y'all. It sounds like a good idea to me, but we do have the Firebird's Roost to get to and Vasadiva's new issues.
This is true. That means we must finish here quick.
Perfect.
Doesn't sound like this too long.
Yes, but again, what will prevent them from doing it again if they are sabotaging it?
Yeah, actually, I'm real curious about that. Gale said he had an idea.
Gale.
Yeah, I can just booby trap it.
That seems like it'll work maybe once. What if they send another person?
I mean, it only has to work once, and then they'll learn their lesson.
You're gonna make a great leader someday.
Doing the same thing multiple times, expecting different results, is the definition of
insanity. No, yeah, he's right. He's totally right. Besides, it's
But these people, what if they are insane?
well, listen, it's the Bridgetown bros. Like, they're dumb, but they're not that dumb. There's already places in the sewers that they don't go because they think it's haunted. Probably because it's haunted.
Do you believe in ghosts?
Of course I believe in ghosts, don't you?
How is this place weirder than the Feywilds? What's going on right now?
Still not weird.
We literally spoke to a skeleton.
That's
Yeah,
not a ghost. I do believe in ghosts, though.
Yeah, of course you believe in ghosts. Come on.
Where are you from?
Oh, well, originally, I'm from way, way down to the south. You know, just some shithole little island. And then I wandered a lot, and you know, why does this matter? You're not trying to like dig up dirt for an expose, are you?
No. That sounds like a lot of work that I wouldn't want to do.
Well, hard work is an important part of investigative journalism.
I do have a question for you.
Sure.
And then I activate the monocle because I wanted to make sure that it's as small of a chance of what I want. Do you know the name? And then I make my mom's name noise that went through trees or whatever.
No, never heard of it.
Okay. Are you my father?
No, I don't. Look at you. We look nothing alike. No, I'm not your father. Is
All
he
right.
with you? Like, why? Is he always like this?
On a good day.
Good question.
And then I'm going to just analyze those two sentences.
All right. You kind of have to like sit there and wait for this thing to spin down for a couple of minutes, and he goes off to talking about other things, but they are not assessed by the monocle. And eventually, like 6 or 7 minutes later, when this all kind of spins down, his story was about 90% false.
90%. What's the
Hmm.
10% truth?
Was it okay? Hmm. You don't have to lie to me.
What? What are you talking about?
I forget the name of my island because I can't. Because it's been so long since I've seen the name. You've been to insert the name of the island there.
Well, I mean, you know, maybe I've been all over the place. Why? What
and
is it to you?
And you met a Kinku woman.
Shit.
Yeah.
Wait. Who? I'm not like in. I know they didn't like me. They're not like trying to kill me or something, are they? Like, are you here to murder me? What is all this?
Oh, no. They definitely hated me because of you, though.
Wait, what? Why would they hate you?
Oh, because you impregnated my mom, and I guess that made me bad and cursed, and I killed my mom when I was born.
Wait, I did what to your mom?
No, you didn't. You just impregnated her.
No, yeah, what? That doesn't sound like a thing.
Yeah. Well, according to this monocle, your story was 90% false.
What does this thing do?
It lets me know the truth.
Give me that.
No.
Oh, then why should I believe you?
I don't think you need to.
Just allow him to identify it. It might help.
Fine, if you wish to identify, you can, but don't steal it. I really like it.
I'm not. Where would I even go? You know, like there's 8 of you, and you're all 3 times bigger than me, except for that one.
I'm not. I'm like 2 inches taller than you.
That's fair.
But why would he lie in the first place?
Maybe he didn't know it was the truth.
No, I meant you.
Child support?
I suppose that's fair.
I'm kidding. Doesn't exist here. I handed over to him to let him identify it if he wishes to.
Yeah, he starts identifying it. And about a minute later, he hands it back. What's your name?
Well, I go by Ace.
It's a cool name.
Thank you.
I go by Joker. It's kind of cool, right? Like we're both cards.
It is kind of cool. I even have a card in my hat, and I point to it.
So you're from there.
Yeah. It's been a long time since I've been there. They kind of like threw me out of town, like literally.
Well, we got that in common.
Oh, did they like rip out your feathers too and tie you up, sit you on a boat, and push you into the ocean?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't anything like that. They just told me to leave. What happened to her?
Well, she passed. I was told that she died giving birth to me. I never really got to meet her. Well, I did. I might have met her. Her being dead, though. But I don't really know what happened to her. They never really talked to me. I was kind of shunned by everyone.
And you're like you do like investigative reporting stuff, right?
I tried to.
And you get the sense that they were telling the truth.
I don't know. I was a lot younger then, and I didn't make an insight roll. Did you ever happen to see the temple there?
We every once in a while we pass by it. We didn't really. I'm not a religious person.
What was she like?
And he kind of just stares through the floor for a good long time. Listen. I'm sorry. I need to. I need to go get some work done. Maybe.
I like walk up and put a hand on his shoulder.
How old are you?
Let me check my character sheet.
7, if I recall.
I think I'm in my 20s. I actually did not write that down.
I thought Kenku were like adults when they were 3 or something.
No, I don't think so. I
Where's
think
that
Kenko
kobold?
aged normally.
A little quick, but pretty close to normal.
Yeah, because all children of
Oh, they reach age at 12. I have no idea how old I
Yeah.
am. I guess I'm like
15?
20 something. Sure, 17. Let's go with 17.
Oh, you're like
That way I don't
those
have to
age.
die so soon.
Yeah.
Sure, we're going to make that canon now. I'm 17.
Yeah,
Or I
you
can be older.
Nordo.
Yeah, I'll be older
older.
than you.
I
That way
Be 18.
I'll be 18.
It sounds.
I don't remember.
Nordo's a baby.
I don't think it could be any older than 19. Hey, be careful if you go down to those sewers. All right?
Of course.
Could you two do me a favor?
What?
Ace rolls his eyes.
He pulls out like a baseball. Could you throw these at each other? I wish to observe.
We're inside a shop right now. This doesn't seem like very wise.
He takes it and he like takes 3 steps back and just kind of underhand tosses it like 2 feet to Ace.
Oh, I catch it, and then I toss it back.
He catches it. And then he gives
I
it back to
feel
the man.
warm.
I'm going to I'm
Thank you.
going to do a nice little insight check on him.
Uh,
Minimum of 19, but like so I guess like does it seem like this sparked like a relationship between us? Does it seem like he's like, oh my god, I have a son now. I should probably like now I kind of care.
He is having a very hard time processing all of this, but you get the sense that he is starting to believe it all of a sudden. And it's sinking in a little bit that maybe he does, but you get the sense that a lot of what he's dealing with right now are old memories of her, and that's what he's currently dealing with a lot right now.
Yeah. I'm going to walk up to him, put my hand on his shoulder, and be like, hey, you just one step at a time. I know that you have a lot to process right now. So you do what you need to do. If you ever find yourself ready to talk to me, I'll be here.
Oh, okay, all right. All right. Let's just slow down for just a
That's what I'm saying.
scooch. All right, yeah, good. Oh, business.
Take a deep breath.
Oh.
Move on to business.
Business, yes. Right. And yes, the machine, the pump. You're gonna need this. And he kind of goes and he grabs this big glass orb that is kind of sparking the entire time on the inside. Gale will know what to do with it. It just goes right inside this weird regulator slot. You can't possibly miss it. If they were going to sabotage it, that's probably where they would start. These people are idiots. They're going to just shoot the thing that sparks and shines the most. And spoiler alert, it would work. So get there, pull out the damaged one, put this one in, everything should go back to normal. This is if my conspiracy is correct. If you get down there and something's different, then maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was wrong. But I think I'm right. I'm usually right. Anyway, I'm going to go read or something.
Excellent.
Sorry, I was AFK for a second. What did I miss?
He's gonna go read after he explained to us what to do in the sewers.
Gotcha.
Real quick, Mo, what's up?
Not a huge deal. While that's going on, is there like a window at the front of the shop? Can I just like peek out and see if there's like a swarm of guards heading this way? Are we still good?
So notably, apart from a few little slots between boards that have been used to kind of board up the damage that was done to this warehouse, there are no windows in this warehouse. It is completely just blocked in, sealed up. All of the lighting is through magical internal light. This place is completely sealed from outside prying eyes.
Okay. I will just, if I may, just pop open the front door, walk right out between the two guards, and just kind of like, hey, how's it going? You guys good? And then just kind of peek around.
Sure, give me a perception check. They look at you like, same old. Everything all right in there? We heard some weird noises.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
You take a look around. Everything seems to be kind of business as usual. You don't see any signs of unusual activity or people that are kind of like spying on you or looking at the place or staking out the area. Yeah, nothing terribly unusual.
Awesome. You guys are great. You guys are just you keep doing the Lord's work, and I'll just head back in.
Excellent. Back inside the Ace, did you have anything else?
I'm contemplating something.
Okay.
So give me a second.
As you're kind of contemplating, and as he is clearly trying to contemplate too, he goes over to a workshop and he just like kind of picks up a random book. He does not give a shit about this book. He like kind of fumbles between three of them until he eventually finds the biggest one that he can find on his desk. He grabs it and he starts to walk off to a back door. But then he stops and he turns around and he walks over to you, Ace, and he like extends a hand for a handshake.
I extend my hand out and I shake his hand.
Yep, he shakes his.
It's very, very, very professional handshake.
Yeah, he gives you a very professional handshake and he nods a few times and then he walks off to the side room with the book.
Yes. Nomad goes to Gale and he asks, "What will we need to make your booby trap?"
Oh, I need powdered diamond.
How much?
200 gold worth.
I have
Per
50
trap.
gold. Yeah, I have 50 gold on. Oh, per trap. Right. Oh, it's that spell.
Yeah.
I have 50 of that.
That's a very serious trap. Holy fuck.
No, like you have to warn them
Holy
once,
shit,
right?
they are gonna learn their lesson. He's not kidding.
They will. They will
Yeah.
learn.
They're going to learn their lesson not to fuck with this thing. You can put a sign that says "Do not touch," and if they touch it, that's on them.
Fair.
I can technically cast it once. I have enough materials for it, but I honestly like to kind of hold on to that because it's
It is
could be
very important.
valuable for other things that I could be doing.
Intriguing. Let's see if we can come across some extra diamonds. Diamond dust. Also, Feck, real quick. I get the sense that the jewelry I made will sell better in the elven place, right? They enjoy the finery more.
It's partly that they'll enjoy the finery more, and partly that they just have more money to spend. With that said, Salt Bowl does have kind of a nice ritzier district. If you were to head over to the southwest, you might be able to find some buyers over there. Or alternatively, just set up shop in town and see if anybody swings by.
There are people who will charge me for that, right? Setting shop somewhere.
I mean, there's just like an open air market. People are making stalls and shit like that. You imagine that there might be some sort of a tax thing that you're technically dodging by selling without giving a cut. But you've spent enough time in Salt Bowl to know that like people just set up stalls and sell shit here. Like it's kind of an open air.
Oh.
It's like it's the Wild West up here. Just as long as you're not selling literature or water.
Okay.
Real quick though, before you do that, let me get to Nordo because he's has a hand up for a while.
It's a really minor thing and totally meta. Because at some point I'll need to like roleplay Gale giving Nordo a shopping list for Stillstones because Nordo doesn't know shit. But I want to see if Joker has, and if he does, if he's willing to sell any 3C 4V redstones, like compact redstones.
Yeah. So here's the thing. When one of the reasons that I got deep into debt is because I kind of went on a big merging bend. Because, you know, sometimes people get real lucky and they make it big like that. And I thought maybe if I could just make it big, I'd have a bunch of money to play with and that would solve all... Anyway, I digress. Yes, I still have some left over from merging and collecting days. And frankly, right now I need the money more than I need the stones. So, you do the sewer thing for me. Hey, look at this. Here we go. We got a deal. Now I have a bargaining chip. You do the sewer thing for me, and I'll sell you my inventory.
All right, then. Can I?
I
I'd like
assume
to
you'll.
make an insight check if I can. Like, if he really needs the money, would he be willing to sell them even if we didn't do his errand for him?
Sure, give me an insight check.
Can I also insight check him to see if he's really has a problem with being on a roll and just spending all his money?
Sure.
19 minimum.
He seems to at least recognize that he probably has a gambling problem, and for him, merging is just a form of gambling that he happens to have a slight edge at. With that said, it is still a lot of luck involved, and sometimes it doesn't pan out. You can tell that he speaks of it kind of fondly, but in the same way that people talk about an MMO habit that they finally quit. You know, they were good days, but they also consumed his life for 4 years. and drove him broke. Nordo, you get the sense that, yeah, he probably, if you offered him money and were really hard-lined about it, he would probably sell them even if he didn't do this job for him.
Well, look, we're gonna go do your job either way. I can't be the only one getting a reward for it. I'm just looking to do some honest business. I don't know much. I just know what Little Dragon told me I needed to buy if I wanted to get some extra blood out of my axe. I can pay you as much as anybody else would.
Right, I guess having all this equipment would help you do the job better anyway. I guess give me a persuasion check.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, alright, cool. Sure. We'll call it, let's call it nepotism, right? Yeah. That's one of the upsides to all this. I get to partake in that now.
Nordo smiles and nods because he doesn't know what nepotism means.
Perfect. Okay. Somebody give me a luck check, and I will populate some inventory.
Can I do it? Is this my dad?
Sure.
Do you want me to do it? Because I have +1.
Alright, well, he's gonna have a little bit left over. Let's see.
Gil has +1s.
So
To
Gale
your
did,
luck
Plus-
check?
+2, actually.
That's
Gale did
so
say before
good.
Ace rolled that he should do it.
It's true, he did say... I'll tell you what. Gil, go ahead and roll, and we'll take the average.
Solid.
Well, we did our best.
Yeah,
He'll
Dice
Improved
never
it.
lie.
You did. You improved it a bit. Alright, so let's see here.
Okay, guys, I rolled like 6 1s in a row last
To
week.
chase the rabbit real quick.
How do you roll half of a d8? I guess you roll a d4. Yeah, that makes sense.
Nordo with a bit.
Oh, that's okay. You guys lucked out on that roll at least. Okay.
FX working on that. At some point, like 2 days ago, Gale Nordo came into your workshop. He's like, Little Dragon, I'm trying to think of ways to make my axe make more blood. Could you maybe write me down a list of things I need to buy?
Sure. That's. Well, like, in what way do you want to produce more blood? Like, within your body? Because that would make you explode. Or do you mean, like, release more blood from your enemies? 'Cause that seems more like a no man thing.
Nordo kind of looks down at like the jagged edge of his wicked orcish battle axe. And he's like, oh, the second one. It's just when I cut people with this, they bleed, and I sure would like if they bled some more.
Well,
I don't know a whole lot about magic, or if that's even a thing y'all can do, but I've seen y'all do some pretty cool stuff.
I can see what I can do with it.
Terrific.
No.
Meta talk. I already figured
Whatever.
out what stuff you need.
Yeah.
But Nordo is carrying around a crumpled piece of paper that Gale has presumably written down a list of stillstones on that he needs to buy.
Excellent. Feel free to keep talking amongst yourselves. This is going to take a second.
Sure.
So I assume that we're gonna, before we go into the sewers, I assume we should take a rest, and then I can prepare water breathing.
That seems wise.
I assume that if the surface is flooded, the sewers are just water.
I think it's late afternoon, Fex said too, so by the time we have all this conversation, it's probably about night time anyway.
Yeah, we can go pick up the ship and then crash.
Also, if you guys want, I can ask the city some questions tonight.
Ooh, that's good.
We can get some information on what's going on. Maybe even what happened to the thing in the sewers.
Could be very helpful. Maybe get a little more information about Mr. White, in case we need it.
Exactly.
Feeling at some point we're going to be squaring off with him again.
Certainly seems like it.
Yeah.
Maybe find out a good place to dispose of cursed objects.
Yeah.
I don't know if the city will know that. Maybe if we were like in a citadel with a library, perhaps. But oh, you mean just a place to put it?
Yeah, like, is there a place that, White dumps his bodies?
Why don't we just dump it into the Underdark?
I say if there's a pump sending stuff down into the Underdark, seems like a good place as any.
Also, hey, Elise,
Yes.
can I ask you? So, the gold. I know this is probably a far-reach question, but how do you think Bass would appreciate it if we returned the gold to her temple then, or a temple? Do you think that would bring her satisfaction? I know that she likes change.
I believe that would probably satisfy her. I would most likely undo a lot of this. Many times when gods get these things, these material things, the gods don't spend money, but they hoard the sympathy, the power that it holds. Money is just another form of power, of choice, of influence. And when people give that money to a temple instead of spending it on other things, it's kind of like a sacrifice of power. So yeah, putting it back in her temple might fix some things.
And in the worst case, it also will, if we tell the temple that it's gold for her, they probably won't spend it, and then it won't be going through a vicious cycle because someone's probably going to find it otherwise.
Probably. Or if it's spent on, Bast and her services, maybe it will be okay? I think? I don't know.
While they're doing that, I'm trying to convince all the other kobolds to put all of their gold into a single hoard for safekeeping.
Excellent. Give me a persuasion check.
He'll just out there spouting communist propaganda to his followers.
A lot of them seem on board. Some of them think that, like, well, we should probably hold on to at least a little for, just spending cash and food and private things. But yeah, I think we can put most of it into a collective fund. That makes sense. That's how we did things back home.
That'll work. And we'll make sure that there is like a tally system so that people know what belongs to who and how much they can take and can't.
I like it. That's good thinking.
It'll just make it easier to protect. I can put a warding term on it too.
Oh, a warding charm. That's very fancy. Professional. All right.
Your safety and comfort is important to me.
Give me a luck check to see if he has a scroll of counterspell for sale. And you can definitely make a scroll of dispel magic.
And what are the rules for creating scrolls again?
Let me go dig him up. He does not have a scroll of counterspell for sale.
I'll check town later.
Excellent. You're very welcome to.
I currently have the spell magic, so I'd like to make a scroll. So when I unlearn it, I can learn it through the scroll.
So you would know that when making a scroll, your volume limit is determined by just your arcana and nothing else. And it just uses a stone of the appropriate size. So Dispel Magic just needs a 3C stone. The number of stones that you use
Yeah.
determines how many copies of that scroll you get.
Yeah, my volume for what do you call this? My volume for specifically making scrolls is 2 higher, I believe.
Right, because you're like a weird scroll maker or something?
Yeah,
I forget how that works.
takes me quarter of the normal time and it costs half as much usual gold. Does that mean I can pay half for the
Is that with
for the stone?
is that the default reading or is that from my homebrew?
That's from your homebrew. I copy pasted this. That's something you sent to me.
Turn magic in the scroll category to quarter cost you how much the usual gold. Let me go check. I feel like that got changed to like lead at some point.
Are we still in Joker's workshop?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's digging out his old collection of stones, which I'm about halfway done with.
I know it's something you were working on, Joker, but is your printing press still working?
I'm still working on it a little bit, but that heart you brought back has been tremendously helpful. Ideally, once it's done, the whole point of that thing is that you give it a scroll and it just makes another scroll.
Yeah, that's kind of what I remembered. I guess it doesn't work yet though.
No,
You're gonna be rich.
right?
You better not let people know you have that, and you just say that you make scrolls.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's the plan. But I can't even tell them I make scrolls because, the whole writing thing.
Maybe you should leave this town.
Yeah, I was about to say, I got to get out of this town eventually.
Where would you go?
Oh, I don't know. I've already burned most of my bridges. Maybe up north. They haven't kicked me out yet.
Come with us.
What, like on a boat? Where do you guys live?
Live.
On that boat.
On the edge.
Yeah, as great as that sounds, I need somewhere that like is on, firm ground, like literally on firm ground.
He needs to establish a business.
No, I mean that too, but also I literally need somewhere that is not rocking back and forth all the time.
True. Have you tried the Citadel to the southwest? Or have you been kicked out of there too?
The Citadel?
The elf people,
Oh, no, they hate me.
Yeah. They hate everyone.
Why don't you come to Eisenmar? It's real pretty this time of year.
Eisenmar does sound kind of nice. I can't remember if I've been kicked out of Eisenmar yet. Let me check.
Great aside from all the
He pulls out a
fires
map.
coming
I
out.
love it.
Let's see. I can't go there. Can't go. What's going on? And Calden?
No, I haven't been kicked out of Eisenmar
No.
yet. Maybe I could do Eisenmar. That sounds kind of nice.
Yet. What did you do to get kicked out of the other places?
Well, there was a bar fire in Vaultlands, which wasn't my fault, I'll have you know. Just because somebody doesn't read the terms of service on their... Unraj are just a bunch of dicks. They didn't like me from the start. Greencastle, I can explain. Listen. The warehouse was just too small, and I said that from the start, but they didn't have any bigger ones that they were willing to sell me, so I tried to make it work, and then when it exploded, they're like, oh, why did you do this? And I'm like, because you didn't have a bigger warehouse for me to use.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah, no, these guys are all, like, none of this is my fault. Except for maybe that warehouse.
Maybe the warehouse. Okay. I do not see how you will mess things up in Eisenmar. I don't think they have warehouses there. Do they have warehouses? Did we see any?
Yeah, I mean, not like super huge ones.
They do not have big warehouses there either.
Yeah, presumably they have some sort of industrial district there. Like, it's probably weird and small, but they've probably got something.
Floating islands.
Yeah, like there are some large islands that they have like proper little districts set up in.
just now occurring to me that we told that ship the. Oh wait, was the ship that the Fey Princess Elsa sent a airship or just a regular ass ship?
It's an airship.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I was envisioning just a regular sea ship this whole time. I'm like, wait a second, how are they going to get to Salt Bowl?
Oh, they just
Thankfully, it's
pull
flooded
like
now. So.
they just
Right.
pull Pirates of the Caribbean. And they just like get a whole bunch of rock crabs.
Jack
Right.
Sparrow can just here with a rope.
All right, so I guess we rest up for the day, get some information tonight.
Yeah.
Then in the morning we head
Well,
down.
Yeah.
But
Well,
where's
Yeah.
the entrance to where's the best entrance to go?
so there's a lot of different places
Very
to do it.
question.
If you go through one of the main grates, they're going to have guards stationed, and there's no way you're going to get in unseen. And you could try to just talk your way past the guards, but they're just going to tell you, no, we're working on it, we're trying to solve the problem ourselves. And they're not. They're lying. It's all lies. Everything in this town is lies. So what I think you should do is you should sneak in using the well that's, it used to be a well, but it's malfunctioning. It's over to the northeast by the farms. There's an abandoned mine shaft that hasn't been used in decades, and they have a direct connection to the sewers. You'll have to kind of sneak your way through there, but it also takes you pretty close to the pump. Put the thing in, get out, nobody sees anything, and then voila, the water's gone. And then if it comes back suddenly a few days later, we'll know that they tampered with it again. And also, apparently, by the sounds of it, they'll also be dead. Anyway, I'm going to go finish sorting out my collection of old stones. You guys make yourselves comfortable wherever you want.
Yeah.
If you're staying here. Are you staying here? Where are you staying?
Here, probably.
Imagine we'll go stay on our ship, the new one. I'd like to go check it out anyway.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
of
we got-
course. Good call.
So I'm going to town while this is going up. Does anyone want to come with me? I need to buy some scrolls.
I can go with you.
Sure,
I need
no,
to swing
man,
by the
it's-
mausoleum.
I ain't gonna
Excellent.
have scrolls here, I don't think. Didn't Joker just say you can't sell scrolls in this town?
Oh, that's
Count-
true.
Oh, yeah, there's no writing in this town. Good luck.
Oh, right. Joker, do you have a scroll of water breathing?
Water breathing. Give me a luck check.
I'm gonna prepare that tonight.
Oh, okay. Thank goodness.
Yeah, don't worry, I got you.
Oh, thank you.
That's why we had to rest tonight.
Good.
Also, everyone be thinking of your questions.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm just gonna make stones. I'm gonna check town for stones at least.
Yeah.
The
While you're in
three-
town, could you check for diamond dust for me?
Of course. How much do you need?
Thank you. Just whatever you can find, really.
Sure.
Not gonna say no to it.
Sure. Just give me
Uh,
some walking around money for it, and I will grab it for you, as much as I can find.
If you happen upon any of these here stones, and Nordo holds up his crinkled piece of paper, pick them up for me.
Oh, okay. Give me that list. 3C, 4V reds. Okay. Need 4 of them. Gotcha. What's the typical price for those?
156 or 154 gold.
I'm so glad you asked.
So I can sneak you away with like
Yeah.
300.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find them.
I would be surprised to find them anywhere in this
Right.
town, but
In this town specifically, yeah.
if you fall backwards into some, unless Joker's about to tell me that he has 4 of them, but I don't get that impression either.
I am almost done with this list.
Yeah, sorry, I
No
didn't mean to create a thing here.
It's all good. I kind of figured that this was likely to come up anyway. I just didn't prepare the list because I'm a terrible person.
Yeah. Well, sending you a thing in Telegram.
Okay, there we go. Those are all of the compact stones that Joker has.
If you find any torpor, that would be great too.
Torpor. Okay, that's poison, right? Can I
Yeah.
just ask anyone for it?
Probably not. Maybe. Is torpor used as like a sleep assistant?
That's a great question. Let me go find out.
Very expensive, right?
It would be
I don't
very
know.
expensive, but
Rich people
know.
probably use it to sleep.
Or
I
nightshade.
mean, I assume you would use it in much smaller doses than.
Yeah, diluted, you know?
Okay, give me a luck check for diamond dust, a luck check for torpor, and then a luck check for stones in that order.
You
Stone.
can do the diamond dust and the yeah, there you go.
Oh my God, Gale, you're
Woo!
wonderful.
Diamond
And
dust and
stones.
All right.
And stones.
They have a very good supply of diamond dust here. It is a mining town. They've got a pretty good supply. I would say that even with the kind of situation going on, that you're able to find 350 gold of diamond dust pretty easily. Just kind of available over at the jewelry shop and in some of the bigger districts. Torpor. Nobody's selling it out in the open, but you have a little bit of help from Flick, who's able to kind of find his way into the underbelly and find a dealer who is selling Torpor. Let me go find the price on that.
And then convert it to yours.
And then convert it to mine because paying 600 gold is out of control. What would that fucking be? 600 gold times $80. Yeah, no, $48,000 for one dose of poison on a DC 15 con. Get fucked, 5e. What a terrible system. Okay, it's even ingested. It's not even a good poison. Alright.
Hey,
That's what rich people use it to sleep, and they don't use the whole dose.
that's why torpor is so good, because no one expects you to use it.
You are able to find a vendor who has 2 doses of torpor available, and he will sell each one for 35 gold.
Oh, do you want these?
35 gold each?
Yep, 35 gold each.
Hell yeah, give me 2 of those.
That's a great price for Torpor.
Guess I can finally replace my empty crate of donut nuts with this.
Torpor?
Yeah, no, for real. Like, 5e's entire economy is like logarithmic, which is not how things work in real life. It is probably closer to how things worked in like medieval times when, you know, there was I'm about to get political here, brace yourself. Back when the disparity between the rich and the poor was even larger than it is currently. But yeah, like, I don't know. Wealth disparity isn't that crazy in this world. It's still pretty crazy, like it always is, but it's not medieval levels of crazy. Anyway.
I mean, honestly,
Oops, sorry.
honestly, it just seems like you just go beat up a monster, you can make money.
Not really. We beat up lots of monsters and we make money rarely.
I was going to say, most of your money has been made either very recently or by robbing a god and then paying the consequences for the entire campaign.
True.
That's fine.
As far as stones go, it's not a great roll, but this is also a very healthy mining city. You're able to find kind of like your choice of 1 and 2C stones. I think you were looking higher than that, weren't you? What are you looking at?
I'm looking for a
3.
40 reds. Oh,
Yeah.
compact reds.
Yeah.
No, you're not going to be able
Yeah,
to
it's a
find any
small
compact 3s here. No.
Would Gale or Nomad be able to tell Nordo, because Nordo doesn't know, if stones of different colors generally have about the same value? Like, for example, if I bought this blue stone from Joker that's the right size and right volume for me, would I probably be able to trade it to someone for a red stone of the same size and volume if I found one?
They could give me a history check with advantage or a Tinker's Tools check with advantage to know that. I'll go
Sure.
and roll one for Vasu.
I'll do a history.
Oh, Gale's got it too. Yep, between the two of them, they would be aware that for the most part, the prices are usually very similar. The only time that there are any like weird exceptions,
Prismatics, right?
Yeah, prismatics are typically worth a lot more. Wildstones are typically worth a little less. Now that you've kind of been exposed to those and know a little about them. And then you would know that of all the different colors, gray tends to be the highest demand and therefore is sometimes a little more expensive than others. Just because
Why is it higher?
it's used a lot for both machines and weapons. Gray is associated with invention, metal, and invention and metal, which means it's used a lot for both industrial and warfare. And then green is also a little bit higher in demand just because it's associated with plant life and growth and fertility and kind of farming and stuff like that. And most of the time, when people
Oh.
invest heavily into Magic, it's either for warfare or for industry. But apart
That's
from those
fair.
two colors, they're all pretty interchangeable. You imagine blue to red would be about the same.
Okay, in that case, I will purchase Joker's blue 3C4V, depending on the price, as long as it's about market value.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, he's willing to give you that one for 150 gold.
Terrific. I'll purchase it.
I was able to find stones.
You're able to find some 1 and 2 stones pretty easily at standard volumes.
Yeah, I need a 3-1 though.
With, let's see, we already rolled an 8. What color are you looking for?
The one for making dispel magic.
Gotcha. That would be either pink or black. Probably black. Negative. They don't have any 3C blacks or pinks.
Sure. Do I pay half price if I find any?
No. So, what level is that feature from? I did find where my rules are on that.
I have no clue. You sent it to me, and I was like, okay, copy paste.
Yeah, I know that there've been a handful of tweaks to this as we've kind of like learned, like as they've released new
Yeah,
artificers.
this is a while ago. You probably changed it.
Yeah. Because I think when we started, we were still on the UA artificer, and then they released the official one or something like that. The new rulings are there.
Let me see. I mean, it's the same thing they have.
If there is something that specifically says it uses like half the gold, then that would mean half of the lead dust.
That makes sense. So I think I've done that before. Click.
How much would that 4C 1V yellow be?
The yellow 4C1V. Oh, that one's great. That's one of my favorites. That was a lucky day. 4-1, 4-1, 4-1. Oh shit, that's expensive. Yeah, that's one of my most valuable ones. For you guys, it'd be one of those things where, you know, you're not supposed to mix business and family. So like the market price is almost 13,000 gold. Or alternatively, I would just give it to you if I thought it was for a noble cause. But, you know, on the other hand, it is 13,000 gold. And I just learned that we're related, so, you know, maybe we should take it a little slow on that.
Understood. That is pretty expensive.
It's real expensive. It's one of my most valuable possessions.
So, quick fact: it's used for discovery. What does that mean? Yellow is like
Yellow is related to like the exposure of knowledge, kind of like revealing secrets, learning new things, divination. Yeah, I guess
so. It would be sick nasty in my magnifying glass.
it would be sick nasty for your magnifying glass. It's very possible. I imagine that your magnifying glass is probably already using a lot of yellows. Hey, it sure is. I had to go double check to make sure I wasn't crazy.
Oh, that's the monocle.
Oh, yeah.
I don't even remember what's in my magnifying glass.
It just gives you advantage on investigations, yeah?
Yeah. That's a high volume. Well, I'll just wait because I don't want to spend all my money.
Do we know how long it will take the ship that the Elsa sent to get from the True All Seasons meet here to Salt Bowl? Like, are we gonna have to spend a week here to get to wait for them?
Let me go find out.
I'm realizing that we're gonna have to like at least sit here for a couple days for them to get here, presumably.
So they would discuss this with you. They would have told you. First of all, they don't know where they're going to pop out. The Tree Where All Seasons meet is not a fixed location. Everybody kind of gets to it from different places. But you generally pop up pretty close to where you pop back in. They imagine... in fact, they have magicians with you. They would send to you. So at some time in the evening, you would get a message saying that they have identified where they are, and they plan to arrive in... Oh, fancy. That makes things easy. About 3.5 days. They will be approaching from the north.
Okay, cool.
Kind of coming in past Eisenmar. Ace, what's up?
Thanks, folks.
Do I know of a civilization that has kobolds to the southwest, like he said there was? Like where he said he was from?
Give me a history check. You would know that you can find kobolds almost anywhere, but some of the larger kobold populations near that area were kind of in the mountains near Erebus, which coincidentally is also close to where Nordo studied.
Gotcha.
Just to jump back quickly to the other thing, whenever they send us that message, do we want to tell them to just meet us in Eisenmar instead? Team? Is that where we're going to go next to address Vasu's issues?
I think so.
If nothing else, it looks like it's only like a day or two away, and Firebird's Roost is like a week away. Because it sounded like, from what you said, they were going to be like passing Eisenmar to come to Salt Bowl, so
I mean, if that's where we're going, might as well.
couldn't
Yeah,
hurt.
if they have to go near Eisenmar, they might as well go there first.
Yeah.
Also,
Don't know
on a
who
new
they-
fancy ship, isn't Firebird's Roost just like a action away?
It's true with the teleporty super cool ship, but we still have our like actual airship.
So the big problem with the magical rug is that we can only do it once a week.
And presumably it won't transport a whole ass airship.
Yeah, that too.
It won't take the airship either. So if we could go to Firebird's Roost real quick, but then we have to spend a week there before we can go back.
Or we can just wait
Gotcha.
to the end of the week, can't we?
Or that. Yeah, if we time it right, we can
Head up to Eisenmar, get our stuff before the end of the week. Go to Dragonsburg Roost. Then the next day
Yeah.
we can come back to Eisenmar.
The calendar's currently wrong. It's actually Wednesday the 18th. So after we rest tonight, do the sewer thing tomorrow, it'll be Thursday the 19th. A voyage up to Eisenmar will take us to Friday or Saturday, it looks like. So it really just depends on what we find in Eisenmar. If we finish our business in Eisenmar in like an hour, then we can teleport to Firebird's Roost and get there in time for a long rest. But if, our business in Eisenmar takes us 3 days, But I think Eisenmar is our next stop either way, right? So probably
think
just
so.
tell the Elsa ship to stop in Eisenmar.
sounds good.
I don't know who they messaged with that, but
Yeah, you do eventually get a follow-up sending to that response. That they will stop in Eisenmar instead. That makes the journey a lot easier for them. They will drop everyone off and meet you there when they get there. Or just drop people off if you're not there.
yes, they can just drop people off and then head on back to the Queen Elsa land.
God.
Back to, what's it called?
Ogerkaland.
No. The kingdom also rules.
Oh, fuck.
Something, Azadale,
Arendelle.
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 I
Something
think
like
it's Arendelle.
that. Watched
Somewhere,
those movies like 10 times because Cohen loved them for like 2 months.
somewhere in the distance, Sundowner Rex, recently freed, is just enjoying himself skimming over the ocean, and then an enormous whale bursts out of the water and eats him, and he dies. The whale's name is Elsa.
He deserves it.
No, just kidding. But anyway, you guys get a night of rest. You're able to kind of. Oh right, you
Wait,
wanna
wait,
check
wait.
out the ship. Yeah.
We have a lot of stuff to do, Thek.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves here. All right, what else are y'all up to?
The ship, and then I'm going to talk to the city.
And at some point, I'm going to go to the mausoleum.
I'll
Excellent.
go with Mo to the museum.
All right, let's do the mausoleum real quick because I'm curious.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm with you in this one.
Yeah, I guess this is
Before
just
we
what I
go, back in Joker's shop, I just turned to Nord. I'm like, hey, do you have a scrap piece of paper I can borrow indefinitely?
Sure thing, and I'll just open up my sketchbook and kind of tear out the back page.
I'm sorry, do you have a colored pencil I can use?
Of course, what color you want?
Black's fine if you have it.
Let my black pencil. Pass it over.
And then I just sit down on the ground, and at the top of the paper, I write my name, and then I draw a line in the center of the piece of paper, and I'm like, there's not a words here, gotta do this carefully. And on one side of the line, I draw a stick figure wearing a tabard that's tattered and falling apart, that's frowning. And on the other side, I draw a stick figure wearing a new shiny tabard with a smiley face. I'm like, surely they'll let me send that. So we gotta stop at a mail person on the way to the mausoleum. And I'll head out to the mausoleum and hopefully find somewhere to deliver this letter along the way.
Excellent. There are surprisingly few places that have mail kids on the corner until you get way down here towards the south. And that is kind of the nicer district, and you do see that there is not just a person, but an actual dedicated box that is set up for it, with a couple of guards that are standing post. You show them your message, and they approve it because there is no writing on it. And for a nominal fee of about 3 gold, which is actually a lot, they ask you to place your hand on it and tell them who you're sending it to.
I'll send it to Renner because I don't know who else to send it to.
Excellent.
And then after that, I'll just make my way to the mausoleum.
All right. They have you hold your hand in, put it in the box, open it, show that it's gone, and everything is on its way. And then you guys continue to kind of slosh your way over towards the mausoleum. You notice as you start to make your way to the mausoleum that there are bodies in front of it, and not just human bodies. I shouldn't even say mostly human bodies. There's a handful of corpses of goblins and orcs that have been put under sheets, and there are some priests that are out doing rites and doing some preparations on them. It seems unusual that they are out here instead of in the temple. But you can also see that in addition to maybe 7 or 8 of these bodies that are being kind of watched over in front of the mausoleum, there are 7 or 8 very large dead sea monsters.
Oh.
They appear to just be kind of thrown out. Some of them you can see are fresh puncture wounds. Some of them you can see tiny little holes from potentially gunshots. You can actually see that one of the ones that is closer to the temple, is this very large kind of lobster-like creature with a lot of flailing tentacles coming out from under the sides of its shell. And there is just a huge chunk that has been bitten out of the back side of it along the spine by something enormous, like the size of a dragon's mouth or something like that. There is just a collection of dead sea monsters that has been piled up in front of this mausoleum, and there are several priests that are kind of dealing with all of that.
Do any of them look like they've suffered, this is a long shot, do any of them look like they've suffered frost damage? Like maybe Mr. White has been dealing with an incursion?
You can give me investigation or medicine.
Oh boy.
Accurate.
Right.
I haven't updated the map, but there's lots of blue on it now. You don't see any signs of frost damage or anything like that. The large bite definitely looks like the right size. You were pretty close to that dragon, and you saw the size of his mouth. It's about the right size for that. But no signs of frost damage specifically.
Okay.
But as you kind of approach, you are greeted by a couple of the clerics who take a moment to kind of come over and see if they can help you with anything. The stench is overwhelming. They both kind of have these heavy masks on, but you can tell that they're kind of stifling their breathing as they speak to you. Can we help you?
Yeah, well, I came looking for help, but what's been going on here?
Dealing with all of this flooding. It's brought in some nasty critters falling in over the west. The guard have been dealing with them all right, but, well, some people have just been in the wrong place at the wrong time, and they kind of motion to some of the humanoid bodies that are laid out. We've been trying to get everyone embalmed and processed as quickly as we can, but it is a dire emergency.
I see. Well, actually, looks we're on our way to investigate that and hopefully solve it. But anyway, is there anybody here who can speak to the dead?
Oh, you've come to the right place. It is a limited magic. We can only do it sometimes, and not to the same creature very often. But yes, for the right price and for the right intent, we can do that.
Who would I speak to about that?
Let me go see if any of the priests are in. One of the men kind of goes back in, and eventually returns with this short, stocky, probably dwarf, a little too thick to be a halfling, and also a little bit too tall. But again, behind this kind of dark, almost lead-colored mask, this time of kind of an eagle's face. And from behind the mask, like, I can do speak with the dead for you. Who's this for? What do you want to be known?
It's and I'll reach into the bag that has Samson's bones in it. It's well, I need you to speak to him. My business is my own.
I understand, but your business in this case is also our business. We're not a fortune teller. We're not here to solve gambling debts or anything like that. With that said,
Oh,
these bones look very old. Where did you get these?
I kind of like I don't know, like posture myself a little bit, puff out my chest a little bit, and kind of stare him down. And like, no, you're not fortune tellers. You're a drop of water in the grand scales. My business is my own.
Give me an intimidation check with advantage. Woo! Oh my god. He kind of, at this point, looks down, and you can almost see, even though he's wearing a mask, you can see the moment he makes eye contact with your tabard, as tattered and worn as it is. And he looks back up and says, right, I apologize, you understand, we get people, I won't prattle anymore. I'd be happy to help. Please, come with me.
I appreciate it.
He guides you into the mausoleum and then into one of these kind of side stone rooms where every footstep echoes. It is up on a hill, so there's no water kind of flooding the place, fortunately. And it's kind of nice to have just some dry around your ankles, although you can see that there are salt-laden footsteps that have just dried in place from where people are carrying in tracks on this stone floor. And eventually he kind of goes to a stone kind of altar of sorts, or a table, lays out these bones. He says, alright, I know it's your business, but I don't have any way to do this where you're the one speaking the questions and getting the answers. If you tell me what to ask, I'll ask it. But
That's all right. What's the cost, by the way?
oh, that's just for regular business. For the order, we can give a demonstration. No problem. Don't worry about it.
I'll hand him 8 platinum pieces.
Ooh,
I
God.
say,
ooh. It was only going to be 3 gold.
most of the value money. That's nonsense. I appreciate your help.
Well, we appreciate what the order does. Anytime. Alright, let's get this started. And he kind of begins to roll up his sleeves and perform this ritual. He lights several of these kind of dark purple candles that are lit up on all sides of this altar. And as each flame sparks in, at first it burns kind of white and clean like you would expect from a fire. But then they start to kind of go dark, and they seem to almost absorb light. There are just these spheres of darkness, almost like black feathered gradients that kind of billow out for a few feet in each direction from these candles. And eventually, you see that they start to flicker and taper until they're drawn in like wisps towards the skull of the skeleton. And then you notice that they start to be sucked in and then blown out, sucked in and blown out, almost like there's a semblance of breathing coming through the skull, until eventually there is a rush of wind. You can almost hear the gasp as it makes the motions, but does not actually suck in any of the air, as the skeleton lurches up suddenly, kind of clutching towards its throat and its chest, and then looking with these dead, empty sockets at all of you, and then ultimately towards this dwarf. Alright, well, you get 5. We got to go quick.
Ask him if his soul is stuck.
He repeats it in Dwarvish, and then you hear an answer that is also in Dwarvish, but then he translates. He says, no. He only knows what his body knows, and that is a limitation of the spell. He might not know everything about where his soul is at any given time, but his body seems convinced that his soul should not be stuck if he were to die.
Just what his body knew. Alright, well, I guess this kind of makes this next question a long shot, but I'm chasing a thread here, so let's see what happens. Will you ask him what my sisters' names are?
He doesn't seem to know anything about you or your sisters.
Well, that puts a pin in that. Is it only questions, or can you just speak to him?
Some degree of leniency can sometimes work. I feel obligated to mention, a lot of the times when people order this service, they're doing it to get something off of their chest or to make a confession. And that's all well and good, and if it helps you sleep at night, that's great. But ultimately, you're just speaking to a corpse, and it only knows what the corpse knows. It doesn't relay any messages to the actual soul of the dead or the damned.
Well, I guess for what it's worth, then, will you just tell him that... Will you tell him that his mother loves him, and she can't wait to see him again, and that I'm going to do what I can to get him there as soon as I can?
He repeats that in Dwarvish, and there's a little bit of a pause, but it's not long enough to really indicate any sort of real deep emotional processing, but a bit of a brief pause. And eventually he responds, the skeleton in Dwarvish, through this kind of raspy tone, and he translates back. The dwarf, you can't see it because he's wearing a mask, but you can hear the smile in his eyes. Says, he seems quite confident that you're right. I suspect he already knows.
Good. Well, I know I've got 2 more, but if I'm being frank, that's all I was really looking for.
Understood, I can let him rest easy.
Let's wait for it to fizzle out and collect up the bones.
Rolling dice. He starts to kind of snuff out these candles, and as they go out, you can see more and more of this energy kind of leave the skeleton, and it starts to slowly lower itself back down. But then, as he gets down to the last 2 or 3 candles, the head suddenly kind of jerks back up, and it looks towards you, Moat, and in this raspy, drained, weary, broken Ignan, says, "Don't stand on the glass." And then there's a sigh, and the skeleton rests back down on the table.
Don't stand on the glass. I'll just kind of, even though the spell is worn off, I'll just kind of repeat back in Ignite, "Thank you." And then I'll, as respectfully as I can, collect him up.
Excellent. Don't know what that was all about. That doesn't usually happen. Anyway, I hope everything has been satisfactory.
More than satisfactory. You guys are doing great work here. Hopefully we can get this whole water situation sorted out.
Understood. That would certainly help the city. It's been pretty crazy.
One more thing before I go. if you guys I know you're swarmed with everything going on in the city right now, but if you have a chance, there are some kobolds over in Joker's workshop.
I've heard of them.
If you have anybody who could remove curses from just the ones that are willing, and only if you have the manpower to spare, it just seems like maybe Bast's influence has grown a little too strong in the city.
I see. Well, I'll see what we can do. Especially if you're able to take care of this water problem, then I suppose we can get things back to normal in a week or two, and then perhaps dedicate some resources up there.
Thank you. And I will exit.
Excellent. You guys are able to make your way back out, kind of past everything, get the bones all wrapped up and taken with you. And then I believe you were heading up to the airship, yeah?
Believe so.
So,
Excellent.
A thinger. When was the last time we had a long rest? When we killed the hag, right?
It was after you guys killed the hag, yeah. It was. It felt like 2 days ago. I think really it's been like 3 or 4, but weird Feywild shit.
Yeah, Feywild stuff. Can I ask Elise to prepare for one day? Holy weapon. Can she cast 5th level spells?
Oh boy, maybe. Let me go find out. I don't know if she's high enough yet.
She's a 9th level cleric, you mentioned.
She sure is. She can totally prepare that.
Yeah, so here requests what was it? Bestow curse and holy weapon.
Bestow curse and holy weapon. All right, she can do that.
Cool, thank you. And then he like does the same ritual again with her. Takes the spells. Sees if Bass has anything to say. That was a few days ago though. It's technically a flashback.
Right. She was going to do a divination on that. Okay. She'll invite you in for this ritual once she prepares it. I think it would have technically been yesterday morning, but we can jump back real quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was yesterday morning.
The way this works is I give an offering, and then we get one question. And the question, it can be anything, but it has to be about not too far in the future. The gods can see farther past the horizon than we can, but it takes power, and the power that we're providing here gives us maybe a week, roughly.
Yeah.
So any sort of question
I don't
like
know
that.
if this is the same thing, but this is where I steal spells from Bast.
You steal? Wait, what? What's happening here?
Remember how I can take spells from any spellcaster? 2 of them? Willing or dead?
Oh,
And the last
right.
time I did this, I spoke with Bast. That's what I was
Right.
implying.
You have done. Okay, I forgot. You've only used this like once, I think.
Yeah, I can do it once a week.
Excellent. Okay.
But yeah, that's my request. Holy weapon and
Who's
bestow
either
curse.
willing or
And then
dead.
she can switch back to whatever.
You must
Yeah.
physically touch for okay.
So if I can go to any like other spellcaster like in town and say, hey, do you have this? Can I copy it from you? And if they say no, I can kill them and take it anyway. So you can either let me pay you or die.
Excellent. All right. Then yeah. If that is the case, then she is willing to do this ritual with you. You have to spend about 10 minutes, kind of literally physically
Yeah.
touching her mind or her head, reaching into her mind.
I did it last time. Used to it.
Yep. And when this ritual ends, you lose the ability to cast the previous 2, but now you have access to Holy Weapon and Bestow Curse.
Yeah, so Dispel Magic and Vampiric Touch are gone. Never even used Vampiric Touch, so it's fine. And I get these 2. I'll add them to my list for now.
Excellent.
Thank you, Elise. And this was yesterday, so she can switch back to whatever spell she wants now.
All right, perfect. Let's see.
Did Bash make appearance again after like, hello, I'm back? By the way, yeah, you saw.
There was no unusual interruptions this time. No visions or anything crazy like that. Ace, what's up?
Hello?
Hello?
Sorry, my mic was up. So I didn't go to the monastery with everyone else. I kind of hung back at Joker's house.
Sure.
And I kind of just like sat in there. I have his card in my hand. I'm just kind of like fiddling with it. And I decided I should probably meet up with everyone else. So as I leave, I kind of like tuck it in my hat with the other card I have. And I meet up with everyone else.
Cute. Yeah. Hi. You guys eventually meet up with him. Probably as you're leaving the mausoleum. And then you start to make your way over towards the southern tower where the airship is tethered. This does bring you past Waterfort, where you see for the first time that there is indeed kind of this just gleaming wall of light that goes up probably 7 or 8 feet before it fades into invisibility. That is literally just holding a wall of water at bay, kind of like sandbags. Around here, it's kind of fairly well elevated, so the water is only about 3 or 4 inches deep in the first place. But the wall does actually hold it back, like it extends over the street, so the street that you're walking on is dry, at least temporarily. But there is also just a huge swarm of people. The lines are always long, but they seem even busier than usual. And you also notice that there are probably 9 or 10 different people that are just kind of being detained or apprehended and questioned by guards. As you're passing by, you see that there is a young goblin boy who kind of just like starts running with a water skin that he has snatched off of somebody else's hip. There is a crack that comes from up on the top of one of these outposts. You watch as the boy kind of like stumbles and falls and grabs his ankles as a bunch of guards rush over to them. One of them very quickly kind of throws an arm around the boy, but then another one reaches for the ankle, and you see a moment of healing magic. But it is only brief before they kind of detain him and throw him against the wall with all of the other people that they're questioning. There's just kind of this general sense of panic and unease. Everybody's kind of on edge. There's lots of nervous glances back and forth. A lot of people that are arguing with people at the water fort as they try to purchase this water. It's just kind of a shit show all around. But eventually you're able to pass by all of it. Make your way back past the orc establishments, past the Crosswinds, and over towards the southern tower. Gale, what's up?
I'm just going to have Toto stay there and watch the people as they're detained and follow the little goblin kid afterwards.
Okay, understood. He kind of just makes a little perch across the street out of the way where you can watch from a safe distance and make sure that everything is handled all right there. And we'll find out what he finds out when we get back to him. Eventually, when you guys do reach this airship tower, when you step in at the foot, you are able to show the key to the man in charge there, who is kind of this not too fancy but well kept tiefling man who's got this long brown robes. He is smoking a pipe as you enter. He doesn't say anything, but he just kind of reaches out for the key. And when you show it to him, he looks it over, looks at the colored dots, and he kind of points up this long series of winding stairs. And you can see that all along these stairs, the banisters are painted in different colors. And sure enough, you can see that there is one that is painted red, and then it leads up to a second one that is painted red, and then there's a branch where there are 4 different colors, and one of them is white, and he kind of points those out one by one. And walks with you to take you to your ship. As you kind of make it up through that last stairwell and out through an archway, there is a stone bridge, almost like a dock, although it's hundreds of feet off of the ground. And tethered to that dock is a shiny new airship of your own design. It looks wonderful, it looks clean, it looks freshly made. The paint is still fresh, the colors are bright, the sails and the balloon are all just these kind of vivid, very shiny and new look to everything. It's a little smaller than your other ship, but it also kind of has this much more modern and up-to-date feel to it. It looks like it is kind of at the cutting edge of engineering. And looking at Overgale, it looks exactly to spec. It looks just as you kind of designed it. And notably, when you all step onto it, there is no give on this thing at all. It is very, very steady and stable. The entire ship seems to just be kind of magically locked in place. There is still a degree of suspension that is happening with the balloon, but a significant portion of the ship is magically animated and therefore magically stable, which is a bit of a relief for some of you who were only just getting used to the rocking motions of a normal airship.
Can confirm.
Gale cries a little.
Oh, this is a piece of work right here, little dragon.
Yeah, well done. This is great.
Gotta admit, I was a little skeptical, but Joker did a bang up job.
It's perfect.
You do see that the navigation tool, it's a wheel just like you would expect, but the entire thing has kind of like a little, I don't want to say step stool because that's demeaning, but there is like a couple of steps that lead up to a slidable, I guess it's just a step stool. There's no better way to say it. There's a step stool in front of the wheel. But it's been like kind of built into this track on the stern castle, so it can be pushed to the side easily if somebody else is taking care of the ship. Otherwise, you can slide it up, and it puts you right at eye level with the wheel. And as you kind of tinker with it and get used to the controls, the entire thing is just remarkably smooth. It does have the assistance of the balloon, which is helping with some of the buoyancy. But just the stabilization effect of having the animated deck makes everything extremely comfortable and smooth. Everything accelerates on just this really, really buttery, silky gradient. Even when you're moving like backwards or directly to one of the sides, which are things that you could not typically do with a lot of ease on a normal airship, it's just got this almost otherworldly, almost alien feel to it. Just like, like you're magically moving something around, because that's basically what you're doing. You would be aware that over long distances, it's probably going to be a little slower than your other ship, and it does have the weight capacity that you have to worry about. But yeah, it's very easy to control. It has very tight controls, which your other ship did not.
Where am I going to put my oven?
Over here, and I'll take him to the kind of kitchen room that I had designed. That's just under the top deck where the controls would be.
Absolutely. It has some just bare minimum furnishings. It's not very well stocked, but it has all the basics, and you guys will be able to load it up with whatever you need.
Well, hell, this is a thing of beauty.
Uh,
Got yourself a workshop too?
that's downstairs, and the kind of kitchen area that's under the kind of upper deck also has a door in the back that goes into the engine room and also where Gale's going to sleep. And then downstairs, there's it kind of goes down and then splits to the left and right. And to the left, there's a little workshop, and then to the right, it goes into the like main kind of sleeping quarters for everybody else, as well as a bunch of like storage. There's a little bathroom. There's a brig, and then there's also a big like secure lock area for us to store any treasure and stuff.
You showed us all the pictures, and it was one thing, but seeing it all built out like this, you're doing a fine job, little dragon. Gonna pat you on the head.
Thanks. I guess we should all start moving in.
Yeah, I left all my shit on the Princess Elsa's ship.
It's
But
glorious. What is it called?
That tornado.
Seems like a fitting name.
that it does.
What was the name?
The tornado.
Tornado.
kind of, or not Gale, Nordo, kind of looks up at the balloon up top, and he's like, "There's nothing in there, right? It's just air."
Just air that's very hot. And that's controlled by that thing. I'll point to like the set of burners that are heating the thing. The ship's mostly controlled by magic, but it does need that balloon to stay aloft. So if that tears, that's going to be a problem because that air is going to start leaking.
Good to know. Protect the balloon then.
Yeah, it should be enchanted at least partially, and there's some extra like struts and stuff to keep it a little bit more protected. But
I didn't want to mention it because I didn't want to ruin the mood earlier, but when Nordo cut off that strip of the old balloon to put around his weapon, it was also likewise enchanted, which means it had extra physical resistance to damage. It was actually pretty difficult to cut off a strip. I didn't want to like make a whole scene out of it. But yeah,
Well, I kind of figured it took some doing.
yeah, this one does have the same magical protection. It's not invincible, but it does have damage resistance and a higher armor class.
Well, what y'all want to eat tonight? I think we're due for celebration. You pick,
Donut
little
nuts.
dragon. We ain't having no goddamn donut.
I'm sorry, I won't bring it up again.
I was gonna say donut nuts too, because I've been really jonesing, but that's all right. I'm gonna take a sip of my wine and then think about it.
Oh, you have so much wine.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
I was
Oh
say, we-
shit, that's right. I was gonna talk to Joker about that. Damn it, son of a bitch.
You can still talk to Joker.
Well-
It's fine.
Okay, I'm gonna go talk to Joker about that. But for dinner,
if you want to eat donut nuts, I'll look the other way.
I mean, could you make some donut nuts that aren't like cursed and addictive?
I imagine I can handle that. Go pick up some ingredients right quick.
And they have
And I'll
like a
go.
custard filling.
Absolutely. What kind of flavor you want your custard? Just
Um,
plain old custard.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
It'll be done, Your Highness.
Friend Nordo, you make me wish I could taste.
Christ.
It's I'd be lying if I didn't say it was a pretty great thing. But I can't read anybody's thoughts when I eat donut nuts, so there's that.
I can't normally, but I can hear what they're saying in their head sometimes. If they're projecting it outward. It's usually, donut nut. Must have another donut nut. Cannot stop donut nut. I will do ungodly things for donut nuts. But then those are cursed.
What would you do for a climb nut bar? Would you kill a man? Flick, to get you caught up, or at least to do a thing that is related to you since you're here now.
Yeah.
As you guys were coming into the city, actually, let me make sure. Flick, you're actually here and alive, right?
Yep, I want my mail. Give it to you.
Okay, just making sure. Yeah, so there was mail for you. You had already watched a couple people do it, so you kind of knew what to expect. But there's a guard that is posted right next to the mail kid, and if your mail contains literature, if it contains any sort of writing, he takes it and confiscates it. But your party has successfully bribed him a little bit for like 5 to 10 gold each. You imagine that if you wanted to, you could probably do the same. Or if you have an alternative solution, that's always an option.
I can't think of anything, so I'll just pay him off. It's fine.
All right, excellent. Then
You
you
can
are
persuade it lower.
you are able to for like 7 gold, bribe him and get some mail. And you can see that it is in your sister's handwriting. But it says this. Why is it not letting me show it? There it is. Here we go. While you're reading that, Mo, what's up?
Sorry, this is on a similar vein. When I sent all that stuff back home, did they let me send a letter, or were they like, no writing?
They looked at what you were sending, and it was just a drawing, so they didn't give you any trouble.
Before the tavern.
Oh, right, when
I
you gave them all the
like,
knickknacks. Same deal. They
Yeah,
looked at
yeah.
what you were sending, and there was no writing in it, so they didn't give you any trouble. If you want to try to send writing,
There probably, I would say, sorry, yeah, there probably would have been writing, but it would have been super simple, so I'll pay whatever they like tell me to pay. I just want to say, no writing here, period. Trees where all seasons meet, and that's it.
excellent.
Or trees where seasons meet,
Yeah,
pardon me.
for like another 5 gold bribe, they'll let that slide.
Okay. What's money? Never heard of it.
Never heard of money. Notably, 5 gold is a ton of money.
Ton of money. I was an upper middle class kid.
You-
I don't know the
You
value
can buy
of
at
money.
least one banana,
At least.
maybe two.
I just gave them 800 gold for a Speak with Dead spell.
That's true.
I don't quite grasp the concept of money either.
Jesus.
Nordo will escort Gale back to Joker's workshop to talk to him about whatever we want to talk to him about, and while he's doing that, he will go to the market and buy ingredients to make donut nuts.
Excellent. Yeah, easy enough. So like, give me a cooker or cooking check with wisdom. I suppose it'd be wisdom or int, but probably wisdom is better.
So you usually use wisdom.
To reproduce the donut nuts.
Wow.
Oh yeah,
So
nailed it.
good.
No addictive magic needed. They end up coming out flaky and fresh and warm and hearty and delicious. And even for the people that have grown used to the kind of saccharine, false, magically enhanced flavor of the donut nuts that you're used to, these are delicious. They're absolutely wonderful. I was gonna say, didn't you give him 5 platinum pieces?
8 platinum pieces.
Eight platinum. That's 80 gold.
Yeah, that's $6,400, dude.
What?
God.
How much is it normally for like a 3rd level spell to be cast?
Does it even have
5 mana,
components?
it's nothing.
I know, but for like magical services have costs. Like,
So to be fair,
What's the other
a 3rd level spell is actually pretty expensive. Let me go check real quick. Let me find a meaningful comparison here.
I also
said,
kind of went in with the intent that was gonna like ask for them to do a bunch of remove curses afterwards.
yeah, that's true.
I don't know that like 80 gold sounds unreasonable for that spell, and I know for sure that $6,400 would be unbelievably cheap to talk to someone dead in real life.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
So to get a stone that would let you cast a 3rd level spell once a week is about half that, but then you have to pay to get the item actually made, so it'd come out to maybe, $4,000 or $5,000. So yeah, that's you probably overpaid a little bit, but not by like a
I mean, they were gonna do it for free, so I definitely overpaid, but
yeah,
Yeah,
fair.
we're paid by 80 whole gold. But yeah. Oh, where is Ace?
I'm right here.
Ace, I have brought you something.
What is it?
It's a hat.
What kind of hat?
It's like a trilby with a little place you can put your card in.
Like a trilby?
Yes, it's like a reporter hat.
Ooh.
I have seen people around with this hat, and they look for questions and answers, and I likened them to you. But if you do not like the way it looks, he holds the hat up and it changes form into a top hat.
This is quite fancy.
Or perhaps it turns into like a headband with a feather on it.
It changes shape?
It changes
you-
shape.
Where did you get this?
I made it for you
Nomad, I love it. Thank you.
because you are multi-talented, like your hat.
Thank you, Nomad. I
It's
take off my hat. I put my cards in it. Then I put it on my hat. On my head.
it's also congratulations for finding your maybe baby dad.
Pretty sure it seems legitimate. He seemed
Right,
really
like-
crushed when I told him my mom died. So
99% certain this is your father, and this is a cause for celebration, I believe.
yeah, I'm kind of curious how that's gonna go.
We'll find out soon.
Yeah, I'm hoping that maybe soon I can learn more about my mother.
Do you want me to read his mind?
No, it'll come in time. Patience.
Okay. Where are we going now? What are we doing?
I assume that you guys are able to sleep overnight on the ship, and everything goes all right. You guys get your short rest.
Wait,
What's up?
I need to ask the city questions.
Okay, ask the city
Right
questions
here.
overnight.
Does everyone have? Does anyone? I thought of a few, but I'm assuming everyone else might have questions too.
What questions do you have?
I'm going to ask what has stopped the pump from working, and perhaps something involving what Mr. White's plan is with the city.
Did White have that lady killed?
That's a good question too.
For sure.
All right, you're able to kind of. You have to go a short distance from town to find somewhere that's nice and quiet, but eventually you're able to kind of find a nice spot for this ritual and sit down and commune. And it's funny, once you're up here by the southern tower, you can see that there is just this shimmering blanket of water that just seems to coat all of these flats in all directions as far as the eye can see. And you can see the occasional rolling wave of wind that kind of just carries itself over the surface of this, causing these shimmers to sparkle and distort the sun and the moonlight. But eventually you are able to kind of make this connection to the earth and to the city and to the people within it, and the noises and the laughter and the cheering and the commotion and the hurt and the ache and the thirst and all of the people that are just doing their best to get by and doing what they can to survive in this sort of environment. And eventually you do get kind of a weary but friendly channel that is opened up to the city. Welcome back, outsider. It's been some
Thank
time.
you. It has. I have a few questions.
Sure, shoot.
What caused the malfunction of the pump that pumps all the water out of the city?
Well, I think it's just all the water. It's not made for this much, but there's been talk that something's wrong in the sewers. They're sending people down there every day trying to deal with it, and rumor is not all of them are coming back. I'm honestly kind of worried there's something wrong with me.
Don't worry, we're going to check it out soon.
I appreciate it.
Matter real quick, what's the woman's name again?
Dame Carlotta.
Did Mr. White have Dim Carlotta killed?
Oh, I certainly think everyone thinks so. Or, if not Mr. White, then someone else. Everyone here's got enemies. Lots of people don't want them books coming back. Last time books came back, everything got real expensive real fast. Even the water, and they said it would make it cheaper, but it didn't. Every time this place tries to change, everything just goes to hell. But I guess it's already kind of hell anyway. In its own sort of way. But yeah, I think somebody did. Nobody just falls out of a window like that.
What is Mr. White's plan for this city?
Well, truthfully, I think he's just here to make money. I think most of us think that he's just here to make money. He controls the water makes the money, and I mean, you know how it goes. He certainly doesn't want what's best for the people outside of the fort. He just wants to live it up in there.
Does Mr. White have any connection with what's going on in the world? All the random chaos,
Oh, you mean like
such as the Raijin and the Raiju?
Oh, well. You know, I don't think I'm supposed to say a whole lot, but there's been lots of stories that Mr. White's up to something. There's been rumors that he's a dragon or a wizard, or some people have seen him fly off in the middle of the night. Some people have seen him walk out into the water and just disappear. He's definitely more than he lets on. He's not just, your typical mob boss. That's why the other gangs respect him so much. He's something bigger. I don't really know what all happens out there in the rest of the world. We don't get a lot of, news, except for chat from people that come into town. But, I don't think he's up to any good. I think he could be part of something bigger, some big old global conspiracy, maybe? That seems like a big web for a little place like me to be tied up in, but I guess it could be.
So, quick question. This is for Fufek. So this spell does this description does say that it also goes off of the memories of the occupants.
Sure.
So if Mr. White was here, it would also have his memories, correct?
It seems possible. It
Okay.
is to be clear, it is not like you get just a direct research of everyone who's ever lived in the town. It's
Gotcha.
more like all of their joint consciousness form kind of a person, a hive mind almost. So, kind of, sort of, maybe, yeah.
Does anyone else have any other questions?
I've got like a not going to help us at all purely curiosity question, so I'll save it until somebody else comes with something better.
I only have one more, so.
My only question is stupid, so don't ask it.
I don't have anything, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't really care a whole lot about this place, so.
Only
Wait.
thing I can think of is
Mm,
this here town's last place that we saw three me's. Wondering if anybody here knows where he went, or if there's been any rumors or anything.
yeah, that was just what I was thinking. I forgot that, he was here. Duh.
You could ask that. I have another question, but it seems less important.
I mean, that was Three Mises' tower over there, right? Might just go be nosy before we leave.
Say the old Crosswinds bar, that's where we first met him. And it's the title of the campaign, so you know it matters.
Right, at least a little bit. Mate, what's your stupid question?
My stupid question. I'd be at least somewhat curious to figure out how Zuanu's mausoleum got set up here. This is not a particularly religious city or a particularly big city for a god to take special interest in. I don't know if it would lead to anything, but like I said, it's just a curiosity question.
Seems like a good question. I guess I can ask that one. That's what everyone else thinks is fine.
Going with it.
Well, I'm asking the. Yeah.
All right.
My question was just about my dad, so it's fine. Now your husband's really good, so I'll ask that.
Oh, man. That's been here as long as I can remember. So the funny thing about the gods is that they show up whether you care about them or not. It's my understanding that Zuanu is all about death and not just the way that things die, but the way that they are changed and come back. The way that culling produces new stuff. When when things die, they go into the earth and they get crushed and they turn into diamonds and coal and lead and all these other things. And most of the people in this city are all about going into the earth and pulling that stuff back up. I don't think there are too many people here that are super very religious, but the ones that are, they tend to associate a lot with the earth and the things that are in the earth, and that resonates with Zuanu. When it very first started out, it was just like a little shrine with a bell on it, and a couple of these posts, and people would kind of come and they would put their donations and they would disappear overnight. And then over time it grew and grew and kind of turned into this big old institution almost. The fact that it's over by the rich people means it reminds them of the more civilized places in the world that have lots of temples to lots of gods. And secretly, I think the people in charge like to have a constant reminder of death that looms over the rest of the city. It's a complicated subject, and it frightens a lot of people. And frankly, this city runs on fear.
Well, thank you for your time. You've been a pleasure to talk to.
You've been a darling. Come back sometime.
Of course. And I get up and make my way back to town.
Yep, easy enough. And unless there's any other business tonight, I think that was everything. Oh, there was a
We do
crafting
Nordo's
thing.
thing?
Nordo said.
And
Yeah, what
do
was
I
that?
get my 2 fabricates off?
You do. You get your fabricates off. Let me go. I want to go read something real quick because I can't remember if fabricate lets you turn like one crafted thing into another crafted thing, or if it has to be raw materials.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, hi.
There you are. Okay, let me check fabricate real quick. I can't remember if you're allowed to turn like already crafted things into other crafted things, or if it has to be raw materials. So let me check real quick.
Sure, let me cast it actually. It might have to be
Sure.
raw material.
Yeah, it does say you convert raw materials into products of the same material.
That's true.
It also says that you can't use it to create items like armor,
Unless...
unless you have proficiency with the artisan's tools.
Yeah, he gets around that with the
Yeah.
channel divinity. And also he's just not
I get around that by being God, you see.
right.
I would say that like
I could literally just melt it down.
Yeah,
I could pay a fortune.
I was gonna say, if you're able to find a forge, and you've worked with a forge master before, if you were to go over there and rent out his forge for like 4 or 5 hours, and work with him to melt it down from chainmail back into ingots, then you could definitely fabricate from those ingots.
How much for those? It takes about 3 of the chainmails based on the weight.
He is willing to either melt them into ingots for you for a grand total of 13.5 gold. Or if you want to do it yourself, he is willing to just lend you his workshop and his forge and his tools for half of that, for 6 gold, we'll say. And either way, it'll take about 4 hours. Which you've got.
I'll give him 1 platinum anyway.
Alright, perfect. Then yeah, you were able to do that.
And they are 33 quality.
Have you already done
plain armor with?
Have you done a smithing
Yeah, I have.
tools?
It's a nat 20. I rolled 6 once and then a nat 20. And
That's
you said
right.
I get the best ones.
That's right. You do keep the best that you've ever done. And those were smithing tools, right? Not tinkers?
Tools.
Cool.
Smithing tools.
Excellent.
Specifically.
Then yeah, you definitely have the proficiency to do it. You make a very nice set of full plate armor. It would be just kind of standard iron. Actually, this was originally from the Mind Flayer chainmail, right? Yeah, Mind Flayer chainmail. They'd probably be steel then, so pretty solid quality.
So I have 2 plates, and I'm like, so who do I sell these to now for 1,500 gold each? Not here though. He just saw me make them.
He would be willing to buy them and try to resell them for you. I need to go see what chainmail actually costs in my world. It's probably still pretty expensive. plate mail is expensive.
Yeah, it's not 1,500.
It might be. I just need to go see what it actually cost.
Recall you saying armor is basically the same price because it actually is that expensive, IRL.
I do remember that it is actually pretty fucking expensive. Here we go. Basic research. Wow, that's a lot. Let's see. Yeah, you made very high quality work. You imagine that you could probably, each one will probably sell for about 300 to 350 gold, which means you could sell them to him as a middleman for about 250, 275. Or you could try to kind of persuade him to do a little better.
This is way easy. You got it right away. I'm not good at persuasion. I can take it to another town instead. And keep the middleman. I'll just put them on like armor rack. How much for like armor racks?
For just like a basic armor stand, he'll sell you
Yeah,
a basic
like
armor
little
stand for
man.
like,
I have one.
yeah, he'll do it for like,
Different.
we'll call it a gold to get a pretty sturdy armor stand that's going to be able to hold up a heavy set of plate armor.
Yeah, I need 2, so here's 2 gold.
Yep.
Put this in my inventory. 2 plate mail with helmets and everything.
Excellent. All right. And then Nordo, I think, had a crafting thing too, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
just
wanted.
real quick. Also, I think Gail maybe wanted to talk to Joker about something.
Oh, yeah,
possibly.
that's right. That's right. Gale was headed over to Joker.
So you can do your thing first there, Gail.
What's the price of them again? 300? Gotcha. I'll put them. Thank you.
I think we might have lost Gale temporarily. If we want to do yours.
Oh no, I mean,
Oh, there he is. Excellent. You're able to make your way back over to Joker's workshop. He is up late, continuing to work.
I basically just ask him if he knows anyone who has, or if he has any access to brewing supplies, or if he knows anyone who could distill some of this wine down to something a bit stronger.
Stronger than wine? Like
Yeah.
Grape liquor?
I don't know, like just more alcohol.
Let me check my stats. Let me see if I actually know anything about brewing. Creatures, uniques. Joker. He has approximate knowledge of many things. Boy, I don't know a whole lot about like distillery stuff. I know enough about like oils and stuff to make the lubricants that I need. How do I put this? I don't know if I would drink anything that I know how to make. With that said, I'm vaguely aware of the basic distilling process. I don't know. You might actually ask at like a tavern or something. You might get better results from somebody who actually knows what they're doing. I hate to like not sell myself up on this whole thing because frankly I like where your head's at. And if you're able to come up with something, you should let me know because it sounds great.
Okay, I'll check Crosswinds then.
Excellent. You make your way over to the Crosswinds bar and you kind of chat up the bar keep about the exact same thing. And he is going to respond as soon as I Google turning wine into liquor and see what comes up.
It's not urgent, so if you want to look it up after, it's fine.
Oh no, this is delightful. I'm already finding. Okay, excellent. Okay, all right, yeah. No, of course, no. There's all sorts of things you can do with it. Lots of things. Yeah, not everybody's cut for wine. It's for the snobby elites. Sometimes you just want to get drunk. Yeah. So there's a handful of different ways you could do it. You could turn it into brandy. Some people have distilled it down into something that tastes a little bit like rum. You could potentially try to make a port out of it. Do you have any preference between those sorts of things? I kind of take you for a brandy kind of guy. the sweet side of life.
Honestly, I'm not particularly experienced, but I know that I am looking for something real strong. Is there any way you could just like get almost just all the alcohol?
You're just trying to get drunk then. Like you don't really
Yeah, like I really just need to get real wasted.
Okay. Well,
Like, can you just turn this into absinthe or something?
absinthe would be difficult. We could get some sort of a moonshine out of it. Potentially distill it down to basically just ethanol.
There you go. That's what I'm looking for.
Give me a persuasion check.
No, I'm good at this.
Oh
I'm
no!
gonna use my inspiration.
All right.
No, I'm good at this.
I'm
This,
sorry, Dale.
I have bonuses. I'm so
Yeah.
many bonuses to this.
Happened? How the heck?
So 9 is still pretty good. I mean, it's below average. You're
It's not even average. It's
No.
terrible.
It's like you rolled a 2. You can't say that's a
no.
If
it's-
average 10, I guess.
average is 10. So you're slightly below average. You're being like a slightly annoying customer right now. With that said, he says, "Listen, there's already a lot of competition in this town because, frankly, there's not a lot of water, and you need water to distill. And I'm not really even supposed to be, telling people how to make this stuff. Listen, you seem like a good kid, and I can see where this road is heading, and as much as I would appreciate your business, I can't rightfully teach a kid like you how to become an alcoholic.
First of all, I'm a full-grown adult in my culture. Secondly, I already got this, and I'm gonna pat my like gross heart backpack. I want to get drunk. I can do it just fine. I don't need this like ethanol for that.
What is what is that?
It's my wine supply, and I'm gonna pull one of the arteries and take a sip.
Oh, God. Listen, kid, sir, you really shouldn't be bringing outside drinks into this establishment. I'm sorry, I need to attend to some other customers. If you'd like to order something, let me know.
I'd like to order your information.
You try to kind of chat up some of the other employees, and they're like, "I'm sorry, it's just been real busy around here, and he doesn't like giving out secrets, you know. You seem sweet, though, and I hope you find what you're looking for."
All right. Look, I'm clearly not explaining myself very well. What if I gave you the wine and you distilled it to ethanol for me? And I paid you a lot of money. It's not cursed anymore.
Do you say that part?
I rolled a 1, sure do.
Okay, alright, well, now we're talking business. There's some money on the line. How much of this wine do you have?
Oh, that's a question, isn't it?
You spend on that.
Like 100 boxes
Oh god.
or something? I can't remember. It was a lot.
Alright, so 6.5% of about 100 boxes. Alright, well, if you've got 100 boxes, about yay big, you leave it with me for about a month and a half. I can make a box a week of just pure distilled alcohol. Like, I need to be clear with you. We're talking like light a fire and it goes up in flames alcohol here. This is not going to be pleasant to drink.
Yeah, that's what I'm counting on.
All right. Well, I can distill this down. I can do 1 box a week out of 65 boxes. You leave. Wait, hang on. Math. Yeah, you leave 100 boxes with me. You're gonna get 6 boxes over the course of 6 weeks, 1 box a week. And I'll sell each of those converted boxes back to you for 5 gold. So 30 gold total for the whole thing.
Deal, but let me double check my stash.
Okay.
Does anybody remember how much wine I have?
A fuckload. I don't remember how much it actually was though. I think you bought like 300 gold worth of boxes of wine that were like a silver each or something.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Just a crazy, crazy amount.
I'll go through the episodes later.
Yeah, we'll get an exact number later.
But I'll give him give him 90 gold and I'll pay any difference later.
Okay, perfect. He works with you to get all the boxes transported over to a little storage shed behind the bar, and tells you to check back in a week. He'll have the first box ready, or just check back whenever. And you're paid up front, so he doesn't really give a shit. With that, I think. Wait, no, Nordo has the crafting thing.
Yep, just really, really, really quick.
Sure.
I have 4 1C green stones. I would just like someone to put them into my axe to get that effect that we talked about, Feck.
Okay, excellent.
I don't think they're in here yet. I just bought them at the True Roll Seasons meet last week.
Gotcha, perfect. So 4 1C stones.
1B.
Or 1V stones. Wait.
They're 1C,
Right.
1V. They're compact.
Right, compacts. Okay, perfect. Excellent. Then I just need a Tinker's Tool check from somebody.
If this affects the check, there's already 4 red stones in the axe, so it's an addition to that.
Oh, gotcha. Then yes. It just means it's going to take a total of 8 hours instead of 4 hours.
Cool, cool. I don't know if it affects the DC or anything.
Woo! Good lord. That's all the right colors too, so that's a 36. Holy fuck.
Ooh, that's much better than expected, right?
And
how fun.
Here's an important question. Are these the 4 new red stones that you were installing?
No, sadly, I don't have those red stones yet. That's what I was trying to buy. These are just the 4 green stones for that level 1 effect we talked about earlier.
Gotcha, with the existing 4 red stones that were in it.
With the existing 4 red stones that are already in there.
Okay, well, there's a decent chance it's about to become at least a little bit better right off the bat, just because that was a really good check.
Stay. I don't even need any red stones now.
And you said these are all 1C, 1V? They're compact?
1C, 1V, correct, yep.
Excellent. Okay.
And they're green, in case that's not obvious.
Okay, that has been bumped up to that. That has been bumped up to that. And then... let's see, for a 35... Ooh, that DC got real high, didn't it? Okay. then you got that. The DC got bumped up tremendously, and you now have the restraint effect that we talked about.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Beautiful.
With a very, very good DC. All right, that brings us over to Flick.
Shit. What did I want? I whispered you something earlier. Could you reply to that?
Oh,
real
right.
quick?
Let's see. In theory, yeah, that seems like it should have been possible. And in fact,
Okay.
as you talk with her a little bit more and learn more about her, you're going to discover that that is basically how it was used most of the time.
Cat.
Screaming cat.
Screaming cat. All right, cool. Good to know that. Huh. Okay. So, given that rotation's a thing, could I theoretically go the day before a long rest, wait, and then go wherever?
Yeah, so like use it once on Saturday night and then use it again Sunday morning when you're there.
Yep.
Yeah, in theory.
Interesting. Okay. And then I want to use these prismatic stones, but I don't know what effect I want. I didn't know I had to go in with an effect in mind for the wild stones. I just thought you throw them in, something happens. But I'll figure.
You know, you can give it as much or as little guidance as you want. If you give it no guidance, it's just going to be a really random weird effect. Like you're probably just going to be rolling on the wild magic table or some shit.
Yeah, sure. Why not? I'll put all these stones in my armor.
All right, which stones you putting in?
I have 4. I think there's 0 Cs and then 1 4C prismatic wildstone.
4 zeros and a 4? Holy shit.
Yep.
4 wildstone, 1 4. Okay, excellent. Holy shit. So that is a limit of 20, so Nomad will have to help with this, regardless of who makes the check. But somebody give me a check.
I'm just here to help.
And this is studded leather, or what kind of armor is this? No, this is your new mithril.
This is my mithril.
All right, let me get Tinker's tools from somebody. Excellent. That bumps up to 30.
I'll flash on that too.
35.
Wonderful.
Excellent. Okay. I'm going to work on a card for that and roll a few things and see what comes of it. But I will get that to you as soon as it's ready.
Cool.
That does mean that collectively Nomad and Gale have spent 13 hours of crafting tonight. I assume that's split about half and half for 6 and 6. There might be room for like another real small project possibly, but that's probably cutting it kind of close.
Yeah. These were earlier today though. I was wondering if I could just convert the rest of that armor into ingots, because it's ridiculous to like measure how much I'm using in armor, and I'm gonna use like the steel later anyway.
Yeah, especially because you overpaid him. He'll let you stay a little later at the shop, continue melting down that chainmail into ingots. So you can just mark down that you have that much in ingots instead of in chainmail.
It's 192 pounds of ingots then.
Excellent.
And let's put that in inventory. That's it.
All right.
And that was earlier today, so it's fine.
Perfect. Mo, what's up?
Not probably a huge deal, but it sounds like we're kind of winding down for a rest. So if I can, I'd like to return to the mausoleum, and I just want to kind of like offer my assistance if they need it, whatever they need.
Sure.
I'm only level 5 paladin, but I have all of my resources available, so whatever they ask me to do, I'll happily do it.
Yeah. You have lay on hands and you have the ability to cure disease, right?
Yes, I do.
They will ask if you're able to make water. He'll do it discreetly, but they do ask.
Let me check my spells. And then while I'm looking this up, my focus is mainly on helping however I can, but I also want to kind of like listen into the people talking here. Does anybody know more about what's going on?
Okay, that one, give me, I guess a luck check first, and then
Okay,
either perception or investigation. Either one of those would work.
okay, sorry, 1 second, checking my spells real quick. I don't think that I have produce food and water.
Fudge
Yeah,
has
I do.
the alchemy jug, and he'd go with you. He wants to get rid of his remove curse spells because he hates wasting them.
Well,
Excellent.
there you go then.
All right.
You said a luck check.
Luck check. Yep. With your lay on hands and just your ability to cure disease, and especially when Flick shows up with the alchemy jug, they do first of all remind you that not to tell anyone about this shit because it's very illegal. But with that said, they kind of get away with things because they're the church, and of course they do. They have you taking care of a lot of people. There are a lot of people who are just straight up dying of thirst. They can't afford the water. They can't afford anything else. And
I have 23 on hands if that matters.
Excellent. It does. That helps a lot. There are a few people that come in and are kind of just injured or sick or dehydrated, and magical healing, it's not a substitute for water, but it helps a lot with some of the effects of dehydration. It buys them a little more time. Flick with the alchemy jug is able to provide for a handful of those people as well. You're able to do a lot of good work. You're not like changing the city overnight or anything like that, but your services are very, very appreciated. You do also notice that a lot of the people that you initially found over by the wall, including the goblin that Toto has kind of followed, are eventually brought over to the temple for medical treatment. Some of them are incarcerated, others are just like kind of given a metaphorical slap on the wrist and sent to the temple to heal up. And the goblin boy does eventually show up. You can see that there has been some very basic healing to what was initially a gunshot in the ankle. A little more healing is enough to fix him up real good, and he's fine once you're done with him. But he is malnourished, he is dehydrated, he is not in good shape. He looks a lot better after you guys are able to treat him and give him a little bit of water. He's very thankful that you're able to help him.
How many people in that similar circumstance do I meet over the course of my time here?
You get the sense that out of all the people that you've seen, maybe 10% of them are sick for natural reasons, and 90% of them are sick because they're dehydrated and can't afford water.
Anybody who is sick because they're dehydrated and can't get water, I'd like to give 2 gold, pardon me.
Okay. All right. This has the potential to get expensive quick. And you notice not a look of disapproval, but a look of like you're in over your head coming from some of these other priests. They're like, there's a point where one of the dwarves comes over and says, I know what you're trying to do, and I'm not going to stop you from doing it, because it's why we're all here. I don't think it's rightfully these people's time to die. I don't think what's happening here is good. But unless you've got an endless coffer, I don't know how long you can sustain this.
Endless copper, but I have enough to help how much I can. We do the best we can do.
I won't get between you and that. I tried it for a little while, as best as I could, as best as I could still afford to feed my family. And there came a realization that every penny I'm putting in their pockets is just going to the same monsters that are making this system work in the first place. I think there needs to be bigger change, top down. But,
that's why I'm here.
You don't see the smile behind his mask, but you can hear it. And he gives you a hearty nod, and it goes back to doing his own work. There are probably about, well, let's just roll for
I have 126 gold, so I'll give as much of that away as I can.
Shit, that works out almost perfectly, because there are 59 people that show up with symptoms of severe dehydration who can't afford water.
How much is water, actually?
You can get 1 day's supply of water in this town for a gold piece. And that is being doubled currently because of the situation going on right now. So 2 gold for a day of water.
Gotcha. Okay, this affords them a day of water each. That we have to do something about this town.
It is worth mentioning. That is like, if you ration that out, that could potentially be 3 or 4 days of water. That is a
Okay.
healthy helping.
Fair.
That's a decent helping. Not that charging $80 for a couple gallons of water is in any way okay. I'm just trying to, like, your goal is going a little farther than just one more day.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, so I spent the gold. Does anybody need lay on hands while I'm here?
Yeah, you definitely are able to burn through like all of your lay on hand points while you're here. And likewise, you probably actually get a couple people that come in with just like normal diseases, I would say. So I said 10%. That means that there's about 6 people that show up with just normal diseases that need curing.
And then do I hear anybody talking about like what's
Right.
actually happening here?
You've been very helpful and also a little bit lucky. There is almost a universal sentiment that everything that's going on right here smells kind of fishy. The fact that there's water flooding in, at first, most people didn't think it's unusual because it happens when there's heavy rain on a flat and there's craters. But the fact that it's still happening, even though the rain has gone, has gotten people real on edge. That is not natural. People don't know where this water is coming from. Some people do rumor that the dam might have broken, and that would be allowing seawater in, which would explain why the monsters are showing up on the streets every once in a while. You come to learn that all those monsters up front literally just washed over the edge into the city. And same with all these leeches that keep showing up.
So, sorry, if I hear that, I will inquire. The monsters with like the dragon bites out of them, they washed up like that?
Yep.
They were already dead?
No, they some of them dead, some of them alive. There are some of these things that have literally just crawled over the edge, fallen down into the city, and started attacking people.
I see.
These things, we thought moving inland was going to keep us safe from the seas, but it seems the seas have come to us. We were actually very lucky. When that big one came out, the weird shrimp lobster looking thing, big old dragon showed up and helped us deal with that. Just seemed to come up out of nowhere from the oasis.
I see.
You get the sense, just passively, because they're being kind of open with you. There's kind of an unspoken understanding that, like, hey, a white dragon showed up. There's lots of rumors about Mr. White. Like, maybe it's a bit of an open secret, but nobody will actually say it out loud.
Yeah, I don't press it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's basically what I was going for.
Cool. That brings us back to Nomad.
I already did my thing.
Excellent.
It's the good thing.
Then the very last thing is that Gale, at the end of the day, Toto does eventually come back. And with his limited vocabulary, he is eventually able to communicate with you that the Goblin Boy was kind of held for questioning for a short time, deemed to not be a significant threat. He was kind of given a slap on the wrist because he didn't have any money, and you can't squeeze blood from a stone, and sent over to the temple to get cured. But then he tells you the story that the people at the temple were able to heal him up a little bit, and there were a couple of very nice people there who gave him some gold so that he would be able to buy water the next day. And he eventually went back to kind of a slummy little home on the northwestern side of town. But he made it there safe, and he watched the whole time to make sure that nobody, like, stopped and took his money or beat him up or anything like that.
Was he alone?
He was alone for a lot of it, but he eventually went into a tent, and he could hear some other voices inside of there. He didn't, like, follow him into the house or anything like that, but it sounded like there were other people in there.
All right.
With that, I think I already marked the new day thing, but you guys do get a long rest, and that brings it to, or sorry, a short rest.
right?
A short rest, yeah.
Woo! I got excited for a moment.
Right, and that brings us to Thursday, September the 19th.
Shall we get into that pump system?
I suppose we should. Get our business done with here so we can get out of here before things get any worse.
Excellent. You guys kind of wake up a little early so that you can try to do it before people kind of get their whole routine going. And in fact, as you're making your way over towards the northeastern side of town, you can see that there is a small group of guards that are talking with a large armored Sahuagin man, and they are currently working on lowering with a tiny little crane a couple of these large machines down into the sewers. And you kind of get the sense just from passersby and from talking to people that this is something that has happened several times over the past few days. It's pretty open knowledge that there's some sort of work going down in the sewers that they're trying to deal with. These machines, people are like gawking at them. Apparently, they've not seen these machines before. But they're these weird, like copper and iron mechanisms. They look kind of tubular at first, but then they've got these like tank-like treads and these ramming hammers. And then a couple of weird arm appendages, each of which has like different tools on them. They just look like some sort of maintenance tool or some shit like that. But it appears that there are a couple of groups set out throughout the city that are starting to lower equipment down into the sewers. But you're able to kind of skulk past all of that and over to this abandoned mine that you've been pointed to. And sure enough, you do find that there is an old well that is no longer functional. And you can actually see that it has been kind of like defiled and defaced by the local authorities. They have boarded it up over the top, but you're able to kind of like move these boards aside and see that there is a ladder that goes down the well for maintenance purposes. And it eventually brings you into what at first looks kind of like a little cavern, but eventually becomes a cistern and then connects to the rest of the sewer system. And I guess once you're down there, somebody give me a survival check to kind of follow Joker's instructions to find this pump that you're looking for. Excellent. Okay. It's not terribly hard at all. You're able to kind of get a sense for your bearings and go in the direction that Joker had pointed you in. And before long, you find that there is an area that dips down. And when it dips down, you can see that it is, in fact, submerged again. And it seems to go down probably a good 4 or 5 feet until the entire kind of sewer line is completely submerged in what unfortunately is not entirely just salt water. It's very, very gross. But I think you guys prepared water breathing. How do you proceed?
I wait for the water breathing first.
Yes, I think Gale had it going.
We'll throw up water breathing. Sorry, it was just make sure I was preparing the correct spells for the
big.
week or for the day.
Excellent. I will spare you the details because, frankly, nobody wants to think about it. But with water breathing active, you guys are able to head into these sunken sewers and everything terrible that insinuates. Yeah, it is basically sewage breathing at this point. You're almost a little relieved to find that you're overwhelmed mostly by just the taste of salt. It's incredibly salty, even with the water breathing. And that kind of dominates most of your palate, more than any of the less desirable things that you could be tasting right now. But Nordo does a very good job of moving quickly through this unpleasant segment of the trip, until eventually he finds a ladder that goes up into kind of this weird maintenance area. And at the bottom of this ladder, sure enough, you can see that there is a large machine. It looks like several tubes that have been set up with kind of these filtered inlets. Yeah, same. No, it'd be real gross. No thanks. But it appears to be the bottom part of this kind of bilge-like pump. And it looks like it goes up these pipes and into this area where the ladder leads. And as you make your way up the ladder and eventually out of this horrible sewage water, you do see that there is kind of a dry area that is set up to maintain this pump. And the pipes continue to follow along the walls of this area, around a couple of bends, and then eventually into what appears to be sort of a natural cavernous area. Where it looks like it is supposed to just be shooting out and down into this enormous downwards cave. You can see that there's a little bit of a ledge and then just a sheer drop after about 30 feet of slick downwards slime-covered rock. It looks like it just kind of pours out and then splashes down who knows how far. Who has the longest dark vision or true vision up here?
I think it's
Gale?
me.
I think it's
Gale?
you. You're a Gloomstalker, right?
I have 60 feet of dark vision.
It might just be all the 60 feet folks, which is basically
Yeah, I've got
everyone.
60 feet.
Yeah.
60.
So, with your collective 60 feet of dark vision, those of you who are used to underground living can see that this pump spills out. It goes down about 25 or 30 feet down this slick incline that you would absolutely not want to fall on. It would be very, very difficult to catch yourself and not go flying over the edge. And then presumably just pours off into what looks like a giant cavern in the Underdark. You cannot see through the darkness far enough to see how far down it goes, or how open it is. It is just this empty black void into God knows where.
I'm gonna pull out from my bag one of the mushrooms from the hag's hut that, like, when you crush it, it starts to glow.
Yeah, yeah,
And I'm just gonna kind of crush it a little bit and then toss it down in there and see if I can see how far down it goes.
absolutely. Give me a perception check. You watch as this kind of crushed up mushroom spreads and fans as you toss it down. And you see that one or two of the little bits kind of bounce off of stalactites real quick and then kind of bounce back. But several of them continue to go down and down and down and down. Probably something on the order of 90 to 120 feet before they finally plop onto the ground, and you can see that they kind of come to rest a long, long way down. Maybe 90 to 120 feet drop.
Okay.
But as you're looking over all of this, you do notice that these pumps are not flowing. And sure enough, when you begin to look over the machine itself and the device controls, which are up here, you can tell almost right away, even those of you who are not particularly comfortable with machines, that a kind of safety cover has been pulled open from the machine, and there is a smashed bit that looks very much like the big shiny part that Joker has given all of you. You can actually see that there's little shards of glass that have not been thoroughly cleaned up below this machine.
Do I see tracks of any kinds of creatures in this cavern?
Give me a survival check.
And can I look for humanoid tracks to see if there's maybe the humanoids broke this?
Absolutely. Give me survival with advantage. Nordo, lots of tracks,
right.
but you it's kind of all slushy and messy, and there's also a lot of animal tracks that you don't recognize. Lots of weird Underdark critters. Just, bizarre things that you don't really recognize, and then also some signs of foot traffic near the machine, but it's hard to make out distinct patterns. Ace is able to find a spot that is kind of almost a dangerous distance down the slope, but he's able to spot it from a safe place. That looks like it was a set of 3 people. 2 of them are small and hard to spot at first. They're these kind of long, elongated footprints that remind you of rat folk. You imagine they were probably rat folk, and maybe on the smaller side for that matter. But then there is a larger set that moves with them with a much larger kind of pace that appears to be the kind of webbed and flat-footed profile of Sahuagin. You imagine probably 2 rat folk in a Sahuagin.
Are any of these tracks around the glass on the ground?
With a 26, you can definitely tell that it seems like they are. Oh boy, it'd be hard to tell. They're definitely around that area. It's hard to tell how exactly they interacted with it, but they spent a lot of time near that machine. Yes, they spent a lot of time interacting with that machine.
Don't step on the glass.
Trying to.
You do notice that the tracks then kind of go off in a different direction than the one that you guys came from, kind of around a corner. And then you can see that past that corner, there's a little bit of a branch, and then it splits in 2 different directions. It looks like there is probably more of the area of the sewers up here that is designed for maintenance, and has kind of got this air pocket that is trapped up here. and anything that does come up this way does kind of trickle down into the Underdark. So in other words, it's another small segment of the sewers that is not fully submerged.
Can we start working on repairing it?
Mm-hmm. Sorry, just hang on. Oh, food.
Replace the part and use some mending for help.
Absolutely. Let me get a Tinker's Tools check from one or both of you.
I'll give him advantage. I think he has advantage anyway. On Gale.
Sorry, what am I
How?
rolling?
Tinker's Tools. With advantage.
Ugh.
21.
It's easy enough. Joker has shown you exactly what you need to do. You've got the parts that you need to do it. It takes a minute or two, though. And as you guys are working on it, you do notice that there are several points where the machine kind of like starts up momentarily, flickers, sputters. A little bit of this just awful sewage is just bilged up and then kind of belches out and spills down the rock down into the enormous cavern. But you also notice that as the machine starts to make noise, there is a voice that kind of echoes from a distance in these sewers around the corner. And then you hear the sound of kind of distant shouting. Kind of a smaller voice. You guys have spent enough time around Yule to recognize it's probably someone rat folk. And then the sound of these rushing footsteps that are kind of coming quickly in your direction from around the corner here on the sewer.
How dark is it?
There are these kind of maintenance lights that are set up every probably 40 to 50 feet or so, and they provide dim light. Everywhere else is dark.
Does it look like these people have light sources?
Let's see. If you want to poke your head out, then give me a stealth check and a perception check.
I meant more like, do I see light? Like, do I see light like coming out around the corner?
Gotcha. Without going around the corner, you don't see any signs of like light or torches or anything. No.
All right, I'm just gonna hide in the darkness and go invisible.
Excellent. As you guys kind of all prepare and continue to work on the machine, the voices get closer and closer, and then you notice that there is a bigger voice that suddenly yells out, and it calls in common first. "Oh, what are you guys doing? Get back to work!" And then you hear these kind of rat folk responses. "There's someone by the machine. I think they're fiddling with it." "Well, then go stop them." "Yeah, what does it think, or what do you think we're doing?" "God, fucking idiots, Whitewater, I swear to God." And they continue to run, and it sounds like they're probably about 15, 20 feet off, about to come around the corner.
Can I divine sense?
Absolutely. You pop a divine sense. No fiends, no celestial, and no undead within range. Other than the things that you've already come to expect. However, as you're attuning your senses, and as the rest of you are listening, you do also start to hear that accompanying these kind of smacking footsteps of the rat folk that are rapidly approaching, behind them you start to feel a rumble, and then the sound of iron and coal and smoke and steam, as some big machinery seems to be slowly trailing behind these guys.
Ooh.
I assume it's a long shot, but this place has been consecrated or hallowed, has it?
Afraid not. Let's see here. I'm going to bring us over to the map.
I'm gonna put a little needle gun next to my neck and fire it.
Excellent. I will kind of let you guys set up.
Sure. Can I cast a spell before we do anything?
Absolutely, you've got time. These people are kind of still showing up.
Okay.
Did you get my armor done?
Not yet, but I imagine it'll be ready by the time we do this fight. Spoiler
Okay, cool.
alert, we're going to roll initiative and then pick it up
Yeah.
next week. Ooh, excellent.
Same as last time.
All right. As you guys make all of your preparations, you do see that a couple of rat folk, one after the other, both poke their heads around the corner with guns at the ready, kind of also peeking around the corner towards all of you. And as soon as they see you, one of them just fires like a wild pot shot, misses terribly. But the gunshot kind of rockets through the sewers, alerting all the people that were behind them. All of you guys' ready actions go off. And that is where we'll pick up next week.
Had the stealth thing for 25.
Yeah, for those of you that were hiding instead of like doing ready actions or whatever, we'll do stealth and whatnot when we do initiative, just so that I can get it all done in one place. But you can hold on to that
Sure.
25.
Sure. I'll put it in the sheet somewhere.
Sick. Then yeah, that's where we'll pick up next week. Sewer fight.
Sewer fight. Gross. Well, all right, guys.
Hopefully we have
Sewer
Vasu back
fight.
next week. I miss
Hopefully.
Vasu. And also we've got shit for him.
Right. The next place we're going is back to Eisenmar.
It's perfect.
All right, I'm gonna hit it.
Have a good night.
Later.
Good night.
Night. Gonna make money.
I was gonna say you're set up to make some bank with all the shit you got going on. Especially that full plate.
The 2 full plates and the gold jewelry.